Unfortunately, a lot of new young designers make the mistake of getting really excited about effects and start to think, yeah, the more effects I put on my project, the better it's going to look. And I have to tell you, honestly, sometimes less is more. But what's even better than that is really understanding what you're doing when you're applying effects. In essence, you're solving problems for the graphics that you have. So currently, I've got this kind of interesting graphic here with these three shapes in the middle and this cool footage of solar panels in the background. But the problem is the fact that they're fighting so much. I need them to blend together and not literally fight for my attention. So we're going to use effects to blend them together and separate them. So let's get started by treating the background footage. Select the background footage, and I want to show you two things we need to be aware of for this specific project. If we click and drag with our current time indicator, you can see I've got major exposure differences. Right here at the end, I've got a nice, beautiful flare out with lens flares, and at the beginning, it's kind of dark. That's really important to pay attention to. The second thing you want to pay attention to is just the speed in general. So you might want to press 0 on your keyboard and load up a RAM preview to see what this looks like. Now, always remember to look in the upper right corner of your info window to make sure that you're getting real-time playback. And if you're not, just kind of understand that when you're checking it out. Okay, so the motion of that wasn't too fast. So let's start by selecting our background layer and going up to the effects pull-down menu. In here, you'll notice we have several groups of effects. Adobe's gone through the process of grouping everything so they kind of make sense. Sometimes when you're going through these effects, you may get lost and not remember exactly where each one is. I'll show you where to search for that later, but I just want you to understand that they are grouped, and yes, you can search for them. One of the filters I like to use first when I'm trying to get colorful graphics to blend with something that's not working, I like to go to color correction and use the CC toner. If we select that, notice in the effects control panel on the left side of your interface, it has a couple different controls. Right now it's set to tritone, and basically what it's doing is it's tinting the highlights, the midtones, and the shadows of this image. Obviously, if you click on tritone, you could make it duotone or even 5 tones or just one solid. Now, let's just leave it tritone. And so this matches the background a little more closely. Let's change the midtone color. I'm okay with white at the top and black for the shadows. So if we grab the eyedropper next to the midtone color, we can go out into our viewer and sample this blue shape in the middle. Now I've got this kind of cool tint to my scene. This looks pretty decent here, but let's see what it looks like when we go to the overexposed area. I think that's a little too much blue, so I'm going to adjust this blend with original setting in the toner. If you click and drag up, what this is doing, the higher the number, the more of the original footage is going to sneak through. The lower number, the more of the effect is going to take effect. So let's set it around 43, and if we drag back here, you can see, okay, yeah, it's starting to blend in a little bit more here. Now, another thing you can do is deal with the sharp edges. See how sharp the edges are of these shapes? See how sharp the lines are of the background? So I want to go to my effects panel and actually see if there's a filter I can use to soften the edges of the background video. Sure enough, there's a blur section, and in here, I want to use the camera lens blur. You could use the fast blur. It's great if your system is not so fast, but since we're on a big blazing system here, let's choose the camera lens blur. I just think this is a little bit more realistic blur. In here, you can make adjustments to make your footage look like it was shot with a real camera and a real lens. And obviously it was shot with a real camera, but you can accentuate how that looks by going through some of the different properties. I'll leave the iris properties set to hexagon, but just to show you, you can set up all different kinds of camera lens blur. Just so this is a little softer, I'm going to increase the blur radius by clicking and dragging out. Let's drag it to around 18. That's significantly softer, but I still want to stylize this a little bit more because in my opinion, these edges are a little flat. So a lot of times when I'm trying to deal with flatness in an image, I like to go back up under my effects and apply a glow. A glow creates a distinct style, so I know that it's actually in the stylized panel. Now, if I didn't know that, I could go over to my effects and presets and type glow, and sure enough, under stylize, there's glow. So to apply this, let's just drag it and drop it to my background video layer. And notice it pops up in my effects control panel. Now, you can see some of the highlights starting to pop out in the background video, but it's really not quite exactly what I was looking for. So let's look at some of the glow options. You should look at your options from the top down. So the glow right now is based on the color channels, which is perfect. But we want to adjust the threshold, which is how sensitive it is to differences in the video footage. Now notice when I drag that down to the left, I'm getting a really cool kind of light beam effect happening through my edges. We could adjust the radius of this glow to kind of soften it up a bit, which I think would be kind of smart. So let's increase that to 19. And the intensity just makes it that much brighter in the hot areas. So if we increase that to 2.7, you can see it's really bright here. I'm going to undo that last change just by pressing Command Z. The reason being, remember we have this light area at the end of my timeline. So let's move the current time indicator down there and whoo, you can see that's really, really bright. So what we need to do is adjust this glow over the length of the composition. In order to do that, we can set 2 keyframes really, really quickly. Since the effects are already up in the effects control panel, let's just move our current time indicator all the way to the end of the project and bring the glow threshold up a bit. Notice how now it's not glowing out so much. We could also bring the radius down a little bit. Maybe not so much. Maybe, yeah, we'll bring it down to 4. And the intensity, let's take that down to 0. Now it just looks like a bright, blurry scene. Unfortunately, I haven't added my keyframes yet, so we need to just keyframe the threshold, keyframe the radius, and keyframe the intensity. Now, if we move our current time indicator to the beginning of the project, we can bring our threshold back down, bring the radius back up, and bring the intensity back up to 1. Okay, so now if we scrub through our project, you can see it's not getting completely blown out as it moves to the end, but there's one last thing I need to show you. Move your current time indicator to around 5:15. Now in here, I want you to pay attention to the background because the layer order is very specific. If we collapse our glow and collapse our camera lens blur and collapse the CC toner in our effects control panel, you can see the order in which they're applied. If we change this order, the image is going to look completely different. So let's move the glow all the way up to the top and see what happens. Notice how flat that is? That's because the glow was being applied first, and then we did the toner, and then we just blurred out something that's relatively flat. So I just want you to understand when you're applying effects, the order in which you apply the effects is really important. So let's move our glow right back down to the bottom and re-evaluate our scene. As you can see, we've definitely stylized the background, so it's not competing as much with the foreground elements. But as we move throughout the rest of this chapter, you'll see some other ways we can stylize things to further integrate our graphics. Generating graphics inside of After Effects can be extraordinarily rewarding, but you have to be careful because sometimes time will fly. I have a tendency to get lost inside of how many different things I can do inside of After Effects, especially if I'm generating something from quote-unquote nothing. To get started in this example, what we're going to do is actually create an effect where there's a beam of light that attaches between these two shapes. If you're joining me from the previous video, I want to point out something really quickly. If we select our background layer here and open our effects control panel, you can see I've replaced the camera lens blur, or really no, I've turned off the camera lens blur and added a fast blur instead. Let me just turn fast blur off and camera lens blur on. You can see camera lens is beautiful, but it takes a very long time to work with. So this is a trick to speed up your workflow. So just remember before you render, disable fast blur, enable lens blur. Okay, let's jump back to our animation here and select the yellow and the blue shapes in the timeline. Now I want both of these shapes to start together right over top of each other. So let's press the P key to open the position. And a quick way to reset both of them to the same position is to just click in the X value for one of them and then type in a number. So let's choose something like 600. And then press Tab to move to the Y value. And notice it automatically set the Y value, but let's set this around 360. Okay. Now these are overlapping. You might be able to see a little bit of edge, but that's just because of not viewing it at exactly 100% full resolution, the whole nine, okay? But basically, they're on top of each other. So let's zoom back out here and look at how we're going to apply this beam effect. Since I can't apply the effect to one or the other, I need to use an adjustment layer. So we need to go up under Layer and choose New Adjustment Layer. See, adjustment layers allow you to apply effects to that layer, and the effects will be rendered on that layer over top of any other layers that are below them. So to generate the effect, we need to go up to the Effect pull-down and go to the Generate section. In here, these are all different things that you can generate from within After Effects. The effect I want to use is the Beam effect. Go ahead and choose Beam and look in the Effects controls. The reason I want to use Beam, it has a very clear defined starting point and ending point. See, with both a starting and ending point, I can now apply an expression to the starting point of one beam to the position data of another layer. Now, we can't see our graphics anymore, and that's because this bottom option in the beam is set to composite on original. So let's go ahead and select that so we can see just our beam. Now, the length of this beam, notice my start point here and my end point here, the beam is not all the way across. So we need to adjust the length up to 100. Now, to apply an expression, let's select our adjustment layer in the timeline and press E to open the effect. Now, expand the triangle for the beam, and I'm going to use the tilde key to maximize the Layers panel while I apply this expression. The tilde key is in the upper left part of your keyboard under the Escape button. So let's select the starting point and go up under Animation and choose Add Expression. Now we have a pick whip. So let's click on the pick whip and hold your mouse down as you drag down to the position data of the yellow layer. Now select the end point, go up under Animation, choose Add Expression, and do the same with the pick whip, but point it to the position data of the blue layer. Now, in order to set the expression, you just need to click anywhere outside of this expression box. Now, to see the results, let's press the tilde key again to reset our menu. And you notice we have red values for our starting and end points, and that's letting us know that there is an expression applied. And if we scrub our current time indicator down the timeline, you notice nothing's happening. Well, that's because we haven't actually animated these two shapes. They're just sitting right on top of each other. Now, to quickly animate anything in After Effects, use the automatic keyframing button right here in the top center of your timeline. With that enabled, here let's collapse the adjustment layer so we can select the yellow layer here. With automatic keyframing enabled, I can select the yellow layer and move it anywhere in the timeline. And as I move my current time indicator around, notice I can actually set a keyframe just by moving that shape. Now, let's move the blue shape in a similar fashion. We'll have it start there and then move our playhead and we can move it out. Okay, and then we'll move down here and bring that up. All right, Now, just so you can see that this will record anything, let's go up to the tool panel and select the rotation tool and just click on the blue layer and spin it around. Now, I only have one keyframe on there, so let's move our current time indicator back up towards the top and spin this back around again. All right. Now, as much fun as automatic keyframing is, let's disable that for now so we don't forget that we're actually adding keyframes. So let's load up a ramp preview and check out what we have. Now, I don't know about you, but I think that's kind of cool, especially with the rotation. It looks like the yellow shape is actually kind of pulling the blue shape into a spin, sort of like a yo-yo. Now, I'm going to do one thing to tweak this. Let's stop playback here for a second. Notice the beam is on top of the shapes. Well, one of the beautiful things about using adjustment layers, you can always move the effect below any other layers. Now, magically, the beam is below the shape. Now, just because I kind of want to blend these in a little bit more, I want to select both the yellow and blue layers and press T on my keyboard to open up the opacity and bring their opacity down just a little bit. If you really want to blend things together, you could add another adjustment layer and add a glow on the top and add that on top of all your layers, and you could really kind of go crazy. But I think you can see how quickly and easily you can generate graphics from within After Effects, and sure enough, you might even lose some time. Now, I can remember as a new designer, the pressure I put on myself whenever I looked at a blank canvas. It was a little frustrating and daunting, to say the least. But to be honest, the process of generating a background doesn't need to be daunting at all, because there are some amazing generators inside of After Effects. Specifically, in this video, we'll be creating a gradient background. We'll also be creating an animated organic kind of background, and then we'll explore how we can browse through some of the preset, pre-built backgrounds in the animation presets within After Effects. To get started, you can see we have a background composition. Now, most of the time when you're generating different elements within After Effects, you'll need to go up under Layer and create a new solid. If you ever go up to the Layer menu and it's grayed out, just make sure you have the comp window or your timeline highlighted. Now, when we go up under Layer, we can choose New, Solid. Now, let's make sure that our solid is the comp size by clicking the button, and we can leave it white. It really doesn't matter, because when we click OK, we are going to go right back up under the Effects panel and override anything that we're seeing with the layer. So let's go to Effects and choose Generate. And it's not called Gradient, it's called Ramp. We're going to generate a ramp. We're going to ramp from one color to another. The controls for this are pretty straightforward. As you can see in the Effects control panel in the upper left corner, we have a start of our ramp, which is one color, and the end of a ramp, which is another. Now, these targets mean that I can click on the target and then reposition where the start point or end point of each ramp is going to occur. So when I click on the start of a ramp, let's click in the upper left-hand corner, and notice now it's going to start in the upper left corner. And if we click on the end of ramp, we can put it in the lower right corner. And now you can see we've got a ramp that goes from one side to the other. One of the more common gradients you'll want to create is not a linear gradient, but in fact, a radial ramp. So click on the linear ramp pull down and change it to radial. Now, just move the start target right here to the middle of your comp. And now the end target, let's actually scroll out in our scene and move the end target way off to the side. Okay, now we can scroll in, and as I scroll in to zoom up my magnification, I can make sure to line up my start point here with the center point. Okay, now if we zoom back out, again, I'm just zooming using the scroll wheel. We can adjust the colors of our ramp. So instead of it being black in the center, let's actually give it a color tint. So we'll choose this kind of light purpley blue. Okay, and then the end color, let's choose something a little darker. Okay, cool. Now when we zoom in, you can see we've got something that has a little bit more depth and is a lot more interesting than just a solid color to start building your graphics. Okay, let's close the ramp and disable that effect for now. because we're going to move on to create something that's organic and moving. So with the white solid layer selected in your timeline, go up to Effect, choose Generate, and Cell Pattern. Cell pattern's kind of interesting. If you scrub in the timeline, nothing is really happening. But if you click on this stopwatch next to evolution, we can create our first keyframe. Now, let's press End on our keyboard to move our current time indicator to the end and change this first parameter for evolution to 1. Now, if we press 0 to let up a RAM preview, here I'm going to press the space bar so it just starts playing. Notice we have an animated background. This is pretty cool, but if we stop playback here for a second, we can definitely change this up a little bit and come up with something a little more creative. So to change this up, let's change our solid settings. So select layer 1 and press Shift-Command-Y to open up our solid settings. In here, let's change the width from 1280 to 20. I know it's going to be really narrow, but let's click OK. Now, what we're going to do is create a neat effect by distorting this layer solid. So press S to open up the scale and unlink the scale parameters. Now, when we click and drag on the x-axis, notice we can slide this way, way out. Here, let's just type 5,000 in that number field. You can see we've got kind of an interesting effect going on. If we scrub through, now you notice we have kind of blurring lines. This is a great way to create an organic background. If you want to shift it up even a little more, you could go up to the cell pattern pull down and change it from bubbles to something like crystals. Then you get much more hard edges to your transforms. Before we jump into looking at presets, I just want to encourage you to go back to each one of these options because there are all kinds of different parameters that you can play with and change to come up with something that's all your own. Now, let's go up to Layer and just create a new solid. And click the Make Comp Size button to make sure it's the entire comp size and click OK. With our new layer solid selected, let's go up under Animation and choose Browse Presets. It may take a second to load because Adobe Bridge is launching, but when Bridge opens up, you have a bunch of presets that you could apply for anything from text to sound effects. But specifically, since we're creating backgrounds, we should go to the Backgrounds folder. So double-click Backgrounds and notice there are all different kinds. If we click on Circuit Effects, wait for a second and look in the upper right corner at the Preview panel. Once it loads, you'll be able to see that we could create a really neat effect just by using a preset. So to apply the preset, all you have to do is double-click. Now, since I double-clicked directly on that preset's icon, it's automatically applied that preset to our composition. As I start scrolling in the timeline, you can see this preset is even already animated. And I know this because I can see the stopwatch is set in the evolution parameter. This has been a quick whirlwind tour of creating backgrounds using different effects and presets. Once again, I encourage you to go back and make some adjustments so you can create some backgrounds that are all your own. Using the stroke effect is probably going to be very important to your workflow, especially if you're creating infographics. Now, the term stroke is just a fancy word for draw a line, and basically it's just drawing a line along a path. To create some lines that will denote the growth of solar panel usage across the country, we need to start with creating a layer solid. So let's make sure we have our timeline selected and then go up under Layer and choose New Solid. We can leave it a white solid. All we have to do is click the Make Comp Size button and click OK. If I try and add a stroke in here or a path, I won't be able to see anything because my layer is all the way on the top of the layer hierarchy. That's not a problem. We can just adjust the opacity. So press T to open the opacity and adjust it down to about 30%. Perfect. Now let's go up and grab the pen tool from our tool panel. Now to add a path into our mask, all we have to do is just click once and then click and drag to create a curve, and then just click again to add our third point. When we're finished, we can just grab our selection tool, and now we've created a mask. To add the effect, we need to go up under Effect and choose Generate and choose stroke. Now you know stroke has been added because you can see it in your effects control panel. To preview how the stroke looks, the first thing I usually adjust is the paint style. Notice right now it's set on original image, so let's change it to on transparent. The stroke is kind of hard to see because it's directly underneath of our path. So if you press Shift-Command-H, you can hide the path. Obviously, the stroke is still transparent, so let's just crank up our opacity on layer 1 by clicking on the 30% value and dragging it up to 100. So let's look at some of the stroke options. We could change the brush size just by clicking and dragging. We could also change the brush hardness. If you want a more soft, feathery looking brush, drag that back to the left. Now, we could adjust the opacity just by clicking on the opacity, but we could also adjust the opacity directly on the layer itself. To animate this, what we need to do is click and drag on the end parameter. Notice as I click and drag, I can scrub through and see how the animation would be created. So to create animation, of course, we just need to add a keyframe. Just click the stopwatch and we've created a keyframe at frame 0. Move the current time indicator to 2 seconds just by clicking around 2 seconds. Now you can see it's 2 seconds later. Let's change the end parameter to 0. Now, if we scrub through our scene, you could see it's going to start with a line and then go back the other way. That's not exactly what we wanted, but we could always just press U to open our keyframes, and we could select our keyframes, right-click, and reverse the keyframes under the keyframe assistant. All right, now the animation is set up properly. Now, what if you want more than one stroke? Well, this is a really nice thing about the stroke effect. We could just grab our pen tool and add another stroke. Let's just click down in our solar panel area, click and drag to make sure it's a nice curved path, and then click to add our third point. Now again, we'll grab our selection tool to set that path. Now, it may take a second to refresh, but if we drag our current time indicator back to the beginning of the timeline and then scrub through, notice, oh wait, no, we don't have a stroke. That's because we need to come up to the path options here and select all masks. When we select all masks, now there's an option for stroke sequentially. If it's not selected, make sure it's selected. Now when we scrub back through, notice the stroke effect will stroke the first path and then the next path. So obviously, if you have many, many more lines, you could just keep adding them to the same layer. And as long as you're fine with it happening sequentially, you could just select stroke sequentially. The last thing that's kind of fun about strokes, you can stroke any word. You just have to start with a text layer. Now, I'm just going to move this Kinetico layer right up here towards the top of my composition. And with the text layer selected, we can go to the Layer menu and go down to Create Masks from Text. When we select that, notice the visibility of the text layer has been turned off, but Layer 1 is now a layer solid. And if you press M to open up a mask, you can see there's a mask for each individual letter. To apply a stroke, just go up to the Effect menu, and since we applied stroke before, that'll be our first option. The last effect you've always applied will always pop up as the first option in the effects panel. So let's choose stroke, and instead of just stroking one individual letter, let's choose all masks and make sure stroke sequentially is selected. Finally, we'll go to the paint style and change it from on original image to on transparent. If we press Shift-Command-H, we can hide our masks, and then all we have to do is keyframe the end parameter to actually animate the stroke of each individual letter, one right after the other, using the stroke effect. Working with 3D cameras in After Effects will definitely add dimension to your projects. You just need to be careful because they can actually get rather confusing if you're not ready for all their options. Now, of course, that's what we're going to explore in this video, but before we jump into cameras, it's always a wise idea just to make sure that we understand what renderer we're using. So if you select the 3D composition, go to your composition comp settings, you want to look under the Advanced tab and make sure that your renderer is Classic 3D. So go ahead and click OK. Now, if we look at our project, you can see we have 2 text layers and a layer solid, and none of these layers currently live in the 3D world. So in order to enable 3D, just enable 3D on their 3D switch in the timeline. If you don't see this switch, make sure that you click the button all the way on the left-hand side and you will see it disappear or reappear. Okay, now that 3D has been enabled for all of these layers, we can go ahead and add a camera to our scene. If you go up under Layer, choose New and Camera. Now with the camera, let's look at these settings. First thing under Type, 1-node camera or 2-node, this depends on how the camera is going to animate. There's an extra parameter in a 2-node camera, which we will explore in a moment. But for now, let's choose the 1-node camera. Now these presets pertain to DSLR lenses, so I think you'll understand 15mm is extraordinarily wide, 50 is kind of like what your eye would see, and 200 is like a telephoto lens. Now for this example, I want to choose a relatively wide lens, so let's choose 24. Zoom pertains to the actual zoom of the lens. You can animate this parameter to simulate a zoom lens. Now the angle of view will update based on what you're making adjustments in terms of your keyframes or your presets with the zoom. Enable depth of field is amazingly powerful. It will allow After Effects to simulate a shallow depth of field. It is so powerful that we dedicated a whole video to it a little later in this chapter. So let's disable depth of field for now and look at one last setting, and that's units here. One of the things I like to do is change my unit measurement to pixels, because in After Effects, everything is centered around pixels. So this kind of makes this make a little bit more sense. And now before we click OK, it's always important to come up under the name and name your camera. So I'm going to call this 1-node 24. So when we click OK, notice the camera is now added to the scene, but up here we can't really see anything. That's because we are currently in one view looking at the active camera. So let's change from one view to 4 views for a quick second. This is how I usually work. If you have a larger monitor, you'll probably want to use 4 views. When you have multiple views, anytime you click in each one of these views, you'll get these yellow corners. That's just letting you know exactly which view is currently active. Because when you have views active, you can actually switch between the views within each one of these little viewports. Now I'm going to go back to my active camera here. And for the sake of space, let's go ahead and choose 2 views for this. Now I want to have the active camera, and instead of the top view, let's go to the right view. I know this scene isn't showing me very much. If we zoom out by just using the scroll wheel here, notice, okay, I can see a box over here. It's kind of small. But when I click on it, here I'm going to use my space bar to move over. Okay, here you can see my camera. If I click off of that box, notice the camera layer is no longer selected. Well, as I move my camera around, I want to be able to see what it's looking at. So I want to enable this view to be on all the time, whether or not my layer is selected. And to do that, with the right view selected, go up to this pull-down menu in the upper right corner of the viewer. Under there, we can go to View Options, and in the View Options, look at Camera Wireframes and click on the pull down and choose On. This way, the wireframe will always be on for this specific view. Anytime throughout the rest of this project, when we switch back to the right view, it will remember this view option. Notice it didn't change this view option for this camera. When you have a camera selected, you can easily move around the scene. Before I start moving around the scene with one of my fun tools, let's look at what a 1-node camera does extraordinarily well. Select the 1-node camera and press P to open up the position. If I click and drag on the Y parameter, notice I can slide up and down and perfectly animate this while keeping the camera perfectly perpendicular to the logos that we're shooting, okay? I know this makes perfect sense to you. You're probably thinking, yeah, this is absolutely no big deal. Well, look what happens when we use a 2-node camera. I'm going to go up under Layer and choose New Camera. And you guessed it, we'll change the type from 1-node to 2-node. And we'll call this 2-node 24. And click OK. Now notice with the 2-node camera, if you press P to open up the position, look at what happens relative to the 1-node camera. See as I drag that up, See how it's always pointing at this one specific area? Even with the one node camera, see if I drag on the one node camera, it's not rotating. If you press A on the two node camera, there is an option for point of interest, which is what this little thing is right here. If you click on it in the right viewer, you can move it around. Notice as I click and drag in my info window in the upper right here, it's letting me know that I am moving my point of interest. Now, if we select the one node camera and press A, there is no point of interest. And you can see all the options for the cameras, obviously just by opening the transform options. And here under the transform options, notice there's a point of interest for my two node camera. Here, let me expand that with the tilde key. So two node, point of interest, one node, no point of interest. Okay, pressing the tilde key to jump back to my normal layer view. And let's disable the view for the one node camera just so we're dealing only with the two node camera for right now. We have the two node camera selected. It's time to explore the unified camera tool. And the way this works, if you have a 3-button mouse, you can automatically switch between all 3 of these underlying tools. So hover your mouse over the active camera view and click with your left mouse button and orbit around. Notice all I'm doing is just clicking and dragging, and that's rotating my camera around. If I click with my middle mouse button, this pans. Notice I can pan up and down, very similar to the one node camera. So if you need to recreate that move with the two node camera, I would use the Track XY tool. Now, if you right click, I can zoom in and out. And notice I can zoom in and out rather quickly. Now look what happens to these controls on a one node camera. I can left click and orbit, but look at how it's orbiting. It's orbiting as though I were literally holding the camera in my hands. So if that makes a little more sense to you, by all means, you can definitely do that. But if you right click, this still functions in the same fashion, and the middle click definitely still functions in the same fashion as the previous camera. Now, as I'm moving this around, I know you're probably thinking to yourself, okay, this is great, but those layers are still flat. Well, if you select the layers just by clicking and shift clicking and press P, let's offset all these layers in Z space. So I'm clicking and dragging to the left with the eco layer, and the connect layer, let's drag it back to the right, and notice it will actually disappear behind the other layer. It does truly exist in three-dimensional space. Now, if I grab my one node camera and middle click and move up and down, you can see there's a slight shift. Now, if you left click, you can orbit around, but it wouldn't be as obvious as it would be with the two node camera. So let's select the two node camera and left click to orbit around. And here you can actually really see what's going on. And that's just because with the two node camera, again, it's anchored around its point of interest. The one last thing to understand about 3D cameras is the fact that you can have two cameras within one scene. And the way it works is just like a 2D layer. There's a hierarchy. So if I trim the start point of the two node camera just by clicking and dragging on the left side, now when I move my current time indicator, notice I can switch from one camera view to the next camera view. So this is kind of an interesting way to build your animations because you can actually animate multiple cameras and then trim the cameras within your timeline and use that as a fashion to actually cut from one camera to the next. So whether it's a one node camera or a two node camera, with the unified camera tool and a firm grasp of how to switch between multiple views, you can make navigating in 3D space just that much easier. Now, one of the things I hear most often with people who are new to After Effects is a general frustration with manipulating the camera or even positioning objects in 3D space, just basically getting comfortable with 3D in general. Well, I'm here to tell you in this video that it's not that bad. All you have to really do is pay attention to the orientation of your object within the 3D environment. And if you have a basic knowledge of camera skills, you should be pretty okay. So let's look at our project here, and I can show you some of my tips and tricks. Select the layer 4 solid on the background, and you can see it's a background layer. And we also have 2 text layers. And those of you joining me from the last video, let me double click on the camera. I now have a 50mm camera, and it's a 2-node camera. Okay. Now, with these 2 words and this background, I still have zippy dimension. So let's go ahead and add some dimension by selecting our background layer and pressing R to open the rotation. Now, there is a difference between orientation and rotation. I will show you that in a moment, but for now, let's change the X rotation to 90. Now, we can't see our layer because it's pointed directly at the camera, and it is a 2D layer, so we need to move the camera. If you press C to grab your camera tool, and middle mouse click and drag down in the canvas, we can now reposition our scene. We're actually not repositioning the scene, we're moving the camera in the scene. If you left mouse click, let's rotate around so we can kind of get this perspective, and then middle mouse click again to sort of set our type up in the middle. Press V when you're finished manipulating your camera to grab your selection tool. Now, rotation and orientation. Let's press R to open up the rotation parameters for the word Kinnet. Rotation, if I click and drag on the Y rotation here, notice as I spin around, I get this number that pops up here. The first number is the number of rotations. The second number is just the number of degrees. So if I were to keyframe this here, let's right-click on rotation and just say reset. If I were to keyframe this, just set a keyframe at frame 0 and then move to 1 second and crank around until you get past 1 rotation. And let's move to 2 seconds and just press N. If we press 0, this is going to be really fast, but we'll get a RAM preview, and I think you'll see that this spins around 1 full rotation and then stops 56 degrees past that. Sure enough, that's what's going on. If we click and drag on the Y parameter for orientation, notice once it gets past 360, it just resets. So if we delete the keyframes for the Y rotation and actually create a short animation here for our orientation, look what happens. If we set our first keyframe, let's say at 7 here, and then move to 1 second and crank up past 360, there we go. Let's crank past 15 degrees and press 0 for a RAM preview. Look at that. Next to nothing. That's because the orientation will always take the shortest route to that particular orientation that you set the keyframe to. It doesn't matter how many times you rotate around because it doesn't keep track of that. All right, now let's delete the orientation and right-click on that parameter and say reset. We can do the same thing for the Y rotation. Just right-click on the words Y rotation and choose reset. Now, if you're trying to reposition more than one layer in 3D space, like this layer Eco, I want it to move with the layer Kinnet. If we select both of these layers and press R, look what happens when I start rotating on the Y. Of course, they're going to rotate around their own axis. So if we want them both to move in unison, you guessed it, we have to make Eco the child of Kinnet. So I just collapsed both layers, made sure to deselect and then reselect layer 2. And if you don't have the parent options open in your timeline, just right-click anywhere in this gray area under the columns and choose parent. Okay, on layer 2, click on the pick whip for the parent and drag it towards Kinnet. When I let go, now it's the child of Kinnet, and if we open the rotation parameters by pressing R and click and drag on the Y, you can see this is exactly what I'm looking for. Let's go ahead and rotate this around quite a bit. And we'll rotate it up and give it a funky angle. A lot of times, once you have something strange like this in terms of how the layer works, people get really confused as to where they are in the scene. They get confused how to move the object through the scene. For example, if I want both these words to fly in from this lower right-hand corner and go all the way across the scene, if I clicked on this control handle for the Z-axis, notice that's not really going to work. It's going through the bottom of the layer. That's because these handles are oriented to the object. See up here at the top of your interface, we have orientation. This is object orientation. If I click on this, that's world orientation. So check it out. If I wanted to create an animation where it slides in from the right and moves all the way through the scene, I could do that because it's now oriented to the world. What if I wanted it to fly in here and then fly directly towards me at the camera? Well, that's what this last orientation is really good for. This will orient directly to the camera. So now with that orientation set, if I click and drag on the Z-axis, I can drag to the left and sure enough, it's going to fly out right towards me, right past the camera. As you can see, when it comes to rotating and positioning and orienting yourself in the 3D environment, it's really not that bad as long as you pay attention to the orientation and you're relatively comfortable with some of your camera controls. This tip I'm going to show you in this video has saved me countless hours in terms of positioning and moving multiple objects around in my scenes. If you can master this, I think you'll be very excited and a lot more comfortable working in 3D within After Effects. So to get started, we need to look at the wind composition. So double-click the wind comp, and you can see I have a propeller and a base, and this is a wind turbine. Now, this is an Illustrator file, but it's plenty big enough for what we need, so I'm not going to worry about collapsing transform just yet. Let's go ahead and close the wind comp and add it to our 3D comp. So drag it from the project panel just below layer 4, the layer solid. Now, even though this appears as though it's in 3D space, we all know it's only in 2D, so enable 3D and there we go. Now it's in 3D space, but we do have an issue. If you click on the Y control axis handle and move up in the scene, you can see the anchor point of this layer is kind of not in the right place. When you're dealing with resetting anchor points on objects in 3D space, I recommend switching to an orthogonal view like front. Here, I'm just going to middle mouse click there to move down. Okay, let's zoom in there. Perfect. When you're in an orthogonal view, you're eliminating the need to deal with 3 dimensions because you can only deal in 2 dimensions. So in order to reposition the anchor point here, I'm going to press A while selecting layer 4 and click and drag on the Y-axis to bring the object up to the anchor point. And now we can click and drag on the X-axis. And as you can see, we've lined up our anchor point and it looks pretty good. Now I know this is good again because we're in the front orthogonal view. So let's switch back to the active camera and zoom out. I'm just going to press the spacebar to move down here. And now if we just click and drag on the axis control handle, we can move our windmill down towards the bottom. Okay. As I'm looking at this, I'm noticing the axis handles are pointed towards the camera. So we need to go back up to the top of our composition and make sure that this is oriented to the object. Now when I move, I know the object is not going to move anywhere. Even though the base of this is rounded, I am going to just move it down so it's kind of intersecting the canvas. I think that looks relatively okay. If we zoom back out, you can see, okay, that's pretty cool in terms of height, but I do want to kind of scale it down. So select layer 4 and press S. And the reason I want to scale this down, I just want to add several more, and if I kept it that large, it would just be way too dominant. I want to add a field of these windmills over into the left corner here, and the way we'll do that is with some pretty nifty key commands. Just so the windmills kind of stick out further than our type, making sure that our axis handles are object-oriented, we can click on the Z-axis and move this up in our project. Now, to add a second windmill, just press Command D with layer 4 selected, and we can just click and drag on the red axis handle to slide that one over. Now, this is where things get fun, because after we duplicated and slid this over, you want to go to the parent section of the windmill. If you don't have parent open in your timeline, just right-click anywhere in the gray area and enable parent. Okay, we want to make layer 4 the child of layer 5. So we have the original windmill and our duplicate windmill is the child. Let's duplicate the child by pressing Command D. And instead of just clicking with the pick whip, I want you to click the pick whip and hold down Option, and then point the pick whip for layer 4 at layer 5. When we let go, look what happens. Let's do that one more time. I'll press Command D with layer 4 selected, hold down Option, grab the pick whip for layer 4, and point it to layer 5. Okay, now we have 4 windmills. I could continue doing this by offsetting another one further back and then repeating the command, but we could really start compounding this effect by pre-composing. So select layer 4 and shift-click to select through layer 7 and go up under layer and choose pre-compose. Pre-comp 1, I'll just call this row 1 wind and click OK. Now you notice it automatically reset everything in 2D, so go ahead and collapse transformations so the 3D data gets passed through. Enable 3D for this layer as well, because I want to duplicate this, but still move it in 3D space. So with row 1 wind selected, press Command D, and just move it back on the Z-axis by clicking on the Z-axis and moving backwards. Now the first time you duplicate, all you need to do is make the child of the original layer. It's the second time that you want to use the Option command. So duplicate layer 4 and hold down Option, grab with your pick whip, and make it the child of layer 5. And sure enough, it will repeat. Let's do this one more time. Command D and Option, make it the child. Okay, perfect. Now we have a full nice field of windmills. And if we press C, let's left click and orbit around the scene. And you can see I've got quite a cool thing going on here with these windmills. I like how this is looking in 3D space, but we need to keep things moving by actually adding some semblance of dimension. And we can do that by exploring material options and then eventually adding some lights and shadows. Now, when it comes to covering lights and materials inside of After Effects, you can't really have one without the other. So we have a lot of ground to cover, and I want to give you a good broad overview of how lights and materials work together. In the interests of time, I have pre-built our project. Now understand, later on, I'll show you the inner workings of how to actually add a light to the scene. But for now, broad brushstrokes. When you're dealing with lights, you have to deal with material options. And material options are controlled by the renderer. And of course, the renderer is set where? In the composition. So I need to check this composition to see what renderer we're working on. So if you look in the timeline, I have the 3D comp, and in the upper left corner of the comp viewer, I'm in the 3D comp. So if you double click the 3D comp, you can see, okay, that's what I have open. Great. But if you look in the upper right corner of the comp viewer, the renderer is listed as Classic 3D. Well, that's excellent, but if you don't see this bar, that's not so excellent. So just to make sure you're seeing this bar, let's go to the flyout menu in the upper right corner of the comp viewer. Now go down to the option here where it says Show Composition Navigator. If you deselect this, you can no longer see that nav bar. If we go back and reselect it, this is letting us know this is the renderer we're using. So if you click on Classic 3D, it automatically opens up to the renderer settings, so you could change to ray traced if you wanted to. I'm going to click Cancel to get back out of there, and let's explore some of our light options. Just because this scene is rather busy, let's use the solo options for the lights. This is one of the things I love about dealing with lights in After Effects. If I solo the spotlight just by clicking the solo button, it's smart enough to know that, yes, I'm trying to solo the spotlight, but also any of the materials or layers that it's actually illuminating. So when I select that, I have, yes, my ground layer and my words, but you notice I'm not seeing any shadows. Let's enable the ambient light so we have a little bit better view as to what's going on. So let's look at our spotlight options. If you double click on the spotlight, you can see we have light settings. Here, let me cancel this for a second. These are the same light settings you get every time you go to create a new light. It pops up here, okay? So let's cancel the new light. I'm gonna double click my spotlight and adjust some of the settings. Now, first thing in the lower left corner, we have preview. you want to make sure that is definitely enabled. At the top with the spot options, you can always change any light to any of the other 4 lights at any time just by double-clicking the light and bringing up your settings. Let's leave this set for spot, and you can change the color. So if I click on the color, it's sort of like adding a gel to a spotlight. See, when I click red, it's adding this crazy red color. Now I don't want to do that, so I'm just going to click cancel. Now the intensity is the overall brightness of the light, and let's crank that up to around 340. The cone angle is, you guessed it, how wide that spotlight is getting thrown or how narrow. This is kind of cool if you want to animate it and have it sort of illuminate the word. The cone feather, this is how soft the transition is from the edge of your cone. Now, fall off is one of my favorites. Inverse square clamped is the one I use about 90% of the time. This emulates how light falls off in the real world, exponentially from the light source. Smooth gives you your own adjustments in terms of distance and radius. Just so you can understand how distance and radius works, let's change it to smooth and change the radius down to around 25. Now when I hit tab, notice it's just a soft transition that's happening here. That's because the fall off distance is set to 500. That means it's going to be 500 pixels all the way out after the 25 radius. I'm going to change this to around 25 and press tab, and you can see, wow, it's pretty much gone. Let's crank up the radius here. And now you can see there's my fall off distance. And if I start increasing that, notice it's getting more smooth on the way out. Okay? Let's change the radius back up to 500 and the fall off distance to 500 and change the fall off back to inverse square clamped. Now, I don't want to cast shadows right now, but just know that spotlights, yes, you can cast shadows. All you have to do is enable cast shadows. I'll cover those options in the next light. So make sure cast shadows is disabled and click OK. The point light is similar to the spotlight only in that it has a light and it can cast shadows. But here, if we enable the point light and disable our spotlight, check it out. This casts light in 360 degrees. If I pressed C to grab my camera tool and started orbiting around the scene here, you can see it's casting light very much like an exposed light bulb would. And that's why I love using the point light. If you double click the point light options, it has all the same options except for the cone angle and cone feather. This is where I cast shadows, and you can adjust how dark the shadows are, as well as the diffusion, which is how soft it gets when the shadows start flying away from the words. So if we bring the diffusion down to 0, you can see I have very unrealistic shadows. So I like to usually set diffusion somewhere in the 20s. Well, no, let's do 15. Okay, perfect. With this shadow darkness and this diffusion, notice the shadow here is actually set kind of orange. That's controlled by the material options. So when I click OK, I want to first look at the Kinet material options. So to look at material options for any layer, select Kinet and press A twice. And here I have an option for cast shadows, which is on. You can have it only cast shadows or no shadows at all. Now I had shadows set to on, and light transmission determines how much of this color will show through. The other thing light transmission does is it allows light to literally illuminate the color as it travels through the object. See, if we crank light transmission to 0, since the point light is behind our word, we're not seeing any of the colors of the word, nor are we seeing that color bleed into the shadow. So let's crank up light transmission here. The other important settings you want to understand for materials are accept lights and accept shadows, both of which are on for this individual layer. Now, these other options here we will definitely jump into in the materials movie. But for now, I think you can see how lights and material options work together. Now we've covered the point light and the spotlight. Let's look at the ambient light. If you double click, the only thing you can adjust with the ambient light is its intensity. And this just adjusts the brightness of the scene overall. The last light, other than ambient, point, and spot, is actually a parallel light. So let's select our point layer and press Command D to duplicate it. And we'll turn off the solo for the original point layer and double click point 2, change its light type to parallel, and look at what we have here. We have the same intensity options and fall off radius options. We don't have the cone angle options. We can cast shadows, but there is no diffusion option. That's because there is a direction, but since it's not coming out at an angle or a cone, there's no really diffuse setting for that. Also, there is no beginning and there is no end to this light. If we didn't have fall off, if it was set to none, this light would just move infinitely in whatever direction it's pointed. So actually, let's change fall off to none and click OK and zoom in on the canvas so you can kind of see our options here. If we grab our selection tool, notice I can click and drag to move my parallel light. But if I hold down Command and drag, it works just like the camera with a point of interest. I can move it around in the scene and it's always going to point at that point of interest. So parallel lights, again, no beginning, no end. They just go forever, but they're pretty neat because they can actually create shadows. I hope you enjoyed this rather in-depth overview of lights and materials so you could see how this scene was actually built. In the next scene, we're going to actually go ahead and add lights and make some of these adjustments. When you start layering elements in 3D space, it's really important to understand how pre-composing works and how material options work and how lights work between the pre-compositions and your final composition. So if we look at our scene here, you can see I have these two words. They are casting shadows. The floor is obviously set to accept shadows. But if we zoom in to the left side of our scene, here, let me just press the space bar and click and drag with my left mouse. Notice there are no shadows on these windmills. Now, if we look in the timeline, you can see we have composition layers. Thankfully, they're all referencing the same pre-composition. So let's just double click on layer 7 and any changes we make in here will in turn be updated for all of those layers in the other composition. So let's select all 4 layers by clicking and dragging starting in the lower part of our timeline. With all 4 layers selected, we can press AA to open their material options. Now we can select cast shadows, change it from off to on. And since we had all 4 layers selected, cast shadows is enabled for all 4 layers. Now, if you press the U key, we can collapse all 4 layers at the same time and then jump back to our 3D depth of field. Now notice we have shadows being cast from these comps. If we select any one of these pre-comps and press AA to try and open their material options, even though they have 3D enabled, there are no material options. If we open up those options here, notice we just don't have them. The reason we don't have them, these layers are collapsed. This little button right here, when I click on it and hold at the top, you can see this toggles collapse transformations. So when you have a layer that is 3D and you pre-compose it into another composition, understand that not only do the 3D parts of that layer move to the pre-comp, but also their material options when you enable collapse transform. Adding depth of field to your scene will do a lot to change an okay scene to a wow, that's really cool scene. In order to add depth of field, you need to change your camera settings. But before you start going into your camera settings, you probably want to make sure that you have a true 3D scene. So let's look at our project right here. As you can see, we have a camera, we have multiple lights, we have multiple layers, and yes, of course, they all are 3D. So the recipe is set. Now it's time to cook. So double click the camera, and with camera settings, we have a 2-node camera, which is great. We have the 50mm preset, which is the length of the lens. To enable depth of field, you want to come down here to the center of the camera settings window and select Enable Depth of Field. Let's look at the f-stop. Let's change it from 5.6 to 2.8. This is going to make the depth of field more shallow, so less of the image is going to be in focus. Now click OK. You may not see depth of field right away, so let's investigate. If you look in the lower right corner of your comp viewer, click on the 1 view pull down and change it to 2 views. In here, click on the left side and make sure that your view is set to top. So if we zoom in just a little bit, and I'm going to press the space bar and left click to recenter my scene. Okay, see these shadows? That's letting me know that these two red lines correspond to these two words. Now, since these words don't have any depth, that's why I'm only getting this line. This triangular shape is creating the camera's view. So when we select the camera, let's press AA to open up the camera options. With the camera options selected, notice we have a focus distance, an aperture represented in pixels, and then we have a blur level. With depth of field on, the focus distance is set at the same depth as the zoom. If we click and drag to the left, we're moving our focus distance. See how the line in the top view is moving back? That's letting us see where the focus distance is set. So let's just click and drag and set that right over our title. As we look back in our active camera view, you can see that we're still not seeing very much blur in our depth of field. So to accentuate that, I'm going to offset the camera. A quick way to offset the camera view is to press C on your keyboard, which will grab your camera controls. Now, hover your camera over the active camera side of the viewer. If you hold down the Option key on the Mac or the Alt key on the PC and click and drag, you will automatically start to orbit around the scene. Now when I let go, it'll take a second, but the scene will redraw. And the camera has now changed its angle of view to the scene. We were holding Alt or Option, so as we moved the camera, it moved around the center point of the two nodes. Okay, to heighten the blur, we literally just need to increase the blur level. So let's change it from 100% up to about 285 and press return. Now it may take a second to refresh in the scene, but once it refreshes, notice this windmill is blurry, a certain part of our title is in focus, and then other parts are out of focus. Notice how our depth of field is going right across our title right here. Just so I don't accidentally move in the scene, I'm going to grab my selection tool and change my two views in my comp viewer from two views to one view. If we resize our comp viewer, you can definitely see the depth of field that we've created within our scene. I'm going to show you one more tip that should definitely help you move depth of field around your scenes. You can tie it to an object and then animate that object. So to do that, we need to start by adding an object to our scene. So let's go up to the Layer menu and choose New, Null Object. With our null object in the scene, we can enable 3D for that object. In order to tie the depth of field to this object, let's move our camera up in the layer hierarchy so it's just below Layer 1. Now we can select the null one and hold down Shift and select the camera and go up to Layer, down to Camera, and choose Link Focus Distance to Layer. Choose Link, that way if you start to animate the null object, the focus will move with that object. So go ahead and choose that. And notice it'll take a second to refresh because it's actually moving the depth of field. Now if we deselect both layers by clicking off of them and then reselect one and press P, we can scrub in the position value to move our depth of field not on the Y-axis but on X and Z, so it's back out of the scene. When the scene refreshes, you can tell that we've now linked the depth of field to the position of the null object. Now there's one more thing I'm going to point out before we head out. Let's make the timeline a little larger, and if you look at the camera options, under the focus distance, the pink numbers let me know that I've actually applied a behavior tying the focus distance to this null object. But also, there are a host of other options that we can enable within our camera if we want to add a sense of realism to the camera. Now, the one thing I like to play with is the iris shape. And if you click on that pull down, you can change the iris shape, and that will definitely make a difference in the realism of your scene. So as you can see, adding depth of field to your project is another way to add realism and perspective to your scenes. Undoubtedly, as you work in After Effects, you'll end up building some compositions that take some time to render. And if you know you're going to be reusing a certain element over and over again, you might consider pre-rendering or caching. This will streamline your workflow. before you get into pre-rendering and caching, you need to start with general organization because this is a workflow and it requires a little bit of pre-thought. So let's look in our project panel and look at how things are organized. Notice the bottom folder here, Windmill Layers, if we open that, that has some Illustrator files. And I have an Illustrator folder up here, so let's drag the Windmill Layers folder up into the Illustrator sources. We also have pre-comps and just layer solids, and of course our output comp. So double-click the output comp just to make sure that it's up and active. And let's look at our project. To actually see what's going on, let's load up a RAM preview. Now notice this is taking a little bit of time to render. If I press the space bar, notice I can preview my render. And as you can see, I've got a bunch of windmills. I have a rather shallow depth of field. I have an adjustment layer with a glow applied to it, and the Kinetico logo, which currently resides in 2 dimensions and is applied with a screen mode effect. In looking at this, if I know the background's going to stay the same, but we might need to change the logo, I would go ahead and cache this background comp. To do that, we need to just pre-compose anything that we think would stay the same. So let's start by selecting the 2 things that we want to remain editable, which is layer 3, our logo layer, and layer 2, our adjustment layer. Let's drag those up to the top of the layer hierarchy, and then we can select all the rest of the layers. Just click on camera 1 and shift click on layer 9 to make sure they're all selected. Now if you go up under layer, you can choose pre-compose. When we pre-compose, obviously you want to name it. So let's call this mill pre-comp and click OK. Now with the pre-comp set up here, you can see the overall view of my scene has not changed at all. And if I just turn off the visibility of layer 3, you can see I can turn off the entire composition. The cool thing about caching is the fact that it works downstream, meaning if we open our mill pre-comp here by double-clicking on it, and then go up under composition and choose cache work area and background, it's automatically going to start caching this composition. And the great thing is, any other comps that are using this composition will reference this cached data. So it definitely will speed up your workflow. Now I know caching is working because I can see it up here in the upper right in the info window. Also, in the timeline, you can see I have some blue lines that are just letting me know the progress of the caching. Now what's great, as this is caching, it is literally caching in the background. So I can go back to my output comp and make an adjustment to my glow effect. I'm just going to press E on my keyboard. And here, let's bring the glow radius down a little bit. And we can bring the threshold down and just make a minor adjustment. There we go. Now the logo is glowing a little more brightly. Okay, now notice when we go back to our comp here, it's still caching. Let's go to our output comp and load up a RAM preview. I want you to notice that it's definitely loading a little bit faster. That's because it's referencing the cache. Now, let's go back to our mill pre-comp so we can check out the cache. After Effects is rather smart. It will automatically try and background cache comps that are really complicated. So you don't have to force the issue, but a lot of times if I know a comp is going to be kind of complicated, I'll go up under composition and manually tell it to cache the work area in the background. Let's jump back to our output comp, and I want to talk to you about pre-rendering. I want to pre-render this mill composition. So when you select the pre-comp layer and go up under composition and choose pre-render, look what happens. It gets loaded in the render queue, and After Effects has loaded the main comp that layer was in, and that's not what we want to do. So if you're going to pre-render anything and it's pre-composed, what you want to do is open that specific pre-composed project. So the windmills without the logo. With my mill pre-comp selected, I can go to composition and choose pre-render. Now let's delete the old comp by selecting its name next to the queue and press delete. And here now under our mill comp, notice by default, it will automatically render to best settings. And if we click on the output module, notice it's going to render an animation full quality QuickTime with RGB and alpha channel. So if I click OK, this will be good to go to render. So in order to pre-render, all you have to do is click render. this may take a second, so I will join you as soon as this is finished. So as you can see, we covered two different processes for streamlining your workflow. The first being caching, and the next one pre-rendering. When do you do one and not the other? My general rule is this. If you're working on your own system and you're going to be staying there for a while and you know you're going to be bouncing around within that project for a bit, go ahead and use caching for your specific projects. And like I said, remember, After Effects will do this by default, so you don't always have to manually choose how to do this. But if you think you're going to be sending your project out to an external designer or a different design house, or maybe even building like a project where, let's say you're using some filters in your pre-composition that you know don't exist on another system. You could pre-render that pre-comp and then save this project out and send that. So now it's self-contained and you can work on any system regardless of the effects or filters that are loaded on it. Either way, whether you use pre-render or just caching, you'll definitely be increasing your workflow by getting the heavy lifting out of the way early and often. When you render graphics with transparency, you'll probably want to render the graphic with an alpha channel. Now, in the previous video, we did just that. We rendered a QuickTime that had an alpha channel. So to see what that alpha channel looks like, let's just select the mill pre-comp video that we see up here in our project panel and drag it down to its own composition in the bottom of the project panel. Now, double-click the mill pre-comp 2 just in case it's not open on your system. And here you can see we have just the QuickTime and only the QuickTime. If I turn the visibility off, you can see that's it. In the comp window here, at the bottom, you can see I have this 3-circle button. If I click on that, notice I can choose what channel I'd like to see, red, green, blue, or alpha. If I choose the alpha channel, this will show me whatever is transparent. So whatever is white will allow the graphic to be seen, and whatever is black will be transparent. If we select the QuickTime file up in the project panel and look in the top of the project panel, you'll notice it says millions of colors plus pre-multiplied and animation. That's letting us know that it's the animation codec and it has an alpha channel that is interpreted at millions of colors plus a pre-multiplied alpha channel. To properly see if the alpha channel is A, interpreted properly, and B, just looks good, let's scroll up to 100% magnification. And I'm going to press the space bar and just click and drag to move up in my window here. And just make sure that our resolution is set to full. Just so we can see the contrast, let's jump back to the RGB channel by clicking the button in the bottom of the comp window, and then go up under Layer and choose New Solid. You can choose any bright color that will contrast. I'm going to choose this bright purple. So if we click OK, I can drag that new solid down to the background layer. And you can see when you're looking at alpha channels, you want to look right at the edges to make sure that the colors of your graphics aren't changing too much. Notice how the white windmills, the edges are just turning gray and then purple. I don't have any funky, strange discoloration. Well, if the alpha channel was interpreted improperly, we would see that. So let's just go into our project panel and right-click on the mill pre-comp QuickTime. In here, you can go to Interpret Footage, and under Main, we can look at how the QuickTime alpha channel is imported. At the top, in the alpha section, let's go ahead and choose straight instead of pre-multiplied. And then press Enter on your keypad to say OK, and you notice, see, I have these black edges. I know you're thinking to yourself, okay, great. I know there's pre-multiplied and there's straight, but really, what's the difference? Well, basically, the two different alpha channels are created slightly differently. A pre-multiplied channel means that every single channel here, if we click this button in the bottom of the comp window, the red channel, the green channel, the blue channel, and the alpha channel will all have transparency data. And it's a combination of all those channels to make the transparency. Pre-multiplied channels are the most widely supported channels out there. So if you're delivering QuickTime with an alpha channel to someone and you have no idea where its end use is going to be, like what application they're going to import it in, you want to render it as pre-multiplied. If you're dealing with extraordinarily bright colors or colors that need to be very accurate, you want to render your alpha channels with straight alpha channels, because straight alpha channels are more color accurate because none of the transparency data is stored in any of the color channels. 100% of the transparency is stored in the alpha channel. Now, to change where those settings are, you need to do that in the render queue. So I'm just going to queue this up to render one more time, making sure that we turn off the visibility of the background layer. And with Pre-Comp 2 selected, let's go up under Composition and choose Add to Render Queue. Now in the render queue, you want to look at the output module. If you click on the word lossless, at the top, you can see I could choose my format. I'm going to choose QuickTime. You could choose Windows Media or what have you. But under Video Output, here with the channels RGB, let's click on that and choose RGB with alpha. Now, once I go to alpha, I can make that change under the depth. Here, it says millions of colors. Under the color, we could change from pre-multiplied matted to straight unmatted. Now, if I were to render this and click OK, when I import this version I would want to render or interpret with a straight alpha channel. 99 times out of 100, if you render it out of After Effects and import it back into After Effects will automatically guess the proper alpha channel. So when it comes to rendering graphics with alpha channels, you want to make sure to pay attention to the specific kind of alpha channel, whether it be pre-multiplied or straight. When you're finished with a project, that usually means it's time to render. And with modern technology, you'll probably want to render in multiple formats. For example, your full resolution file and then maybe an H.264 version for your website. Now guess what? You can create both while only rendering once. Yeah, let me repeat that. You can create two files while only rendering one composition. This is really kind of a cool thing, and it's controlled by the render queue. If you're more familiar with the process of exporting your files when you're finished working with them, you can add comps to your render queue using that command. So if we go up under File, we can go to Export and choose Add to Render Queue. When I chose that, it automatically added the AA output comp file, because if we open the AA output comp file, that was what was selected in the timeline. Now, just while we're working, I'm going to click these little grippies here on the left-hand side of the Render Queue tab and move it up to the top of my comp viewer. That way we can have a little more clear view as to what settings we're adjusting. Like I said, render once, create two files. So if we go to our output module and click on the word lossless, you can see, okay, animation RGB, this is perfect. Under the output 2 area, this is where you can specify where you'd like to save your file. So if you click on the pull down, notice you can create custom names for your file, like the project and the comp name, or just the comp and output module name. So let's just leave it for comp name and click on the actual name itself and navigate in our exercise files to our footage folder. Here I could create a new folder just called renders and click create. Now when we click save, that's where this file will be saved to. Just so After Effects doesn't have to render this twice, if you look at this plus button right here in the middle of your render queue, go ahead and click it. Notice I still have the same render settings, but I have a different output module. Now, if you click on the pull down next to lossless, we can choose H.264. Now, when we choose that preset, it'll load up, and now I want you to click on that preset H.264. In here, we could adjust the H.264 settings, also determine whether we want to render an alpha channel or just the RGB, or more importantly, we could just resize. So let's select resize and make sure locked aspect ratio is set up. Now we could just choose an arbitrary smaller number, let's say 640. I'm going to press tab and notice it automatically will scale that down to 50% of the size. Now when we resize, it's important to choose high quality, especially if you're sending it to the web for approval. Now since there's no audio, we can deselect the audio and click OK. So to recap in the render queue, we have our best settings set to full, and it's going to render full size, 24 frames a second, and it will render the time span of the work area. Okay. Now if we click OK, you can see we have two different output modules. You can also open this triangle here to see the direct path as to where you're rendering these files. So when we click render, it's going to take a second to render, but I want you to notice when it's finished, it will ring once, and when we go to check out our files, you'll notice there are 2 files. So now let's jump into the Finder and look at our actual files. If I navigate in exercise files to the footage folder, under renders, here you can see I have 2 files created, an MPEG-4 that's only 1.9 megs, and my full resolution QuickTime animation, which is 83.4. Now let's jump back to After Effects. And the last thing I want to leave you with is this. When you are working with your project and you render versions of things out, don't go back into your render queue and select previous renders and press delete. Because if you work in a work group and somebody else wants to find out where your files went, they could always open your project, go to the render queue, and in the output module, the file path is still listed, so they'll know where to look. And better yet, if you're a little bit like me when you work, it's a great way to keep tabs on yourself as well. Adobe Media Encoder is a program bundled with Adobe After Effects. And since it's a separate application, it can greatly increase your throughput by allowing your system to render in Media Encoder while you keep working in After Effects. Now you should have a pretty fast system to take advantage of that workflow. And since the RAM and processor settings are shared across After Effects, Premiere Pro, and Media Encoder, you won't have to worry about setting up all those preferences again as long as you'd already set them up in After Effects. To get started with Media Encoder, you need to navigate to your program or applications folder and launch the app. So once Media Encoder is open, you notice we have a 4-panel interface. It starts in the upper left, and that's where we can add After Effects projects or QuickTime files or what have you. Now, if we moved Media Encoder to the side, we could literally drag a composition straight from After Effects right into the queue. But I like to work this way, where we just click the button in the upper left-hand corner. When you click on Add Source, navigate through your exercise files to Chapter 7, and in Chapter 7, choose the Media Encoder project. Now click Open. Notice in the bottom left, it's saying it's connecting via dynamic link. What's great about that, it pulls up everything that's in your project panel that's related to something that's created within After Effects. See, if we jump back into our After Effects project, you can see we have 2 compositions and 3 folders all created within After Effects. The QuickTime file will not be referenced by Media Encoder. So let's just jump back in here. We don't want to output our mill pre-comp. We want to output our output comp. Yet another reason for naming your output comps with the word output. Now, if you click OK, Media Encoder will use that composition to render any of the files that you want to create. Starting with the left pull-down button here, let's go ahead and click on that. This is where you can specify the format that you'd like to create. Everything from H.264 to Blu-ray to MPEG-2 for DVD or QuickTime. So let's choose QuickTime. And then the preset options to the right of that, right here, let's click on that pull-down. These are a subset of options that obviously will be directly related to what you chose under the format. I like this 720p setting, but I do want to change the codec. So let's click off of this preset pull down and click directly on the name. Now this may launch dynamic link one more time, but that's okay. It'll open up a preview window for our export settings. In this interface here, notice we can see the source, and then if we click on the output tab, this is going to give us a preview as the output of the file. Now, down here in the bottom, you do have a timeline you can scrub through, and it does have the current time indicator. It will show you exactly what it's going to render, and by default, it will render the entire composition. I remembered our comp only had a small work area, so I'm going to choose work area. Now it's only going to render the first 5 seconds, which is exactly what I'm looking for. Now let's go to the right side of the interface. Again, you have another option to go here and change the format or the preset. Down here under Output Name, this is where you can click to not only name the file you're going to create, but navigate to a folder where you can output that file. So I'm going to navigate to my footage folder and create a new folder in here called Renders. When we click Create, now we can click Save. That's where this file is going to be saved. Now, down here in the bottom right corner, I could add a filter to my video or adjust the video settings yet again. So in here, I could make a change. Let's say I want to do animation codec instead of H.264. That's great. And I can get through the rest of these options by scrolling with my mouse wheel. But as you do that, I want you to be aware if your mouse hovers over any of these pull downs and you scroll, you can accidentally change important information. So you want to make sure when you're scrolling that you're kind of way off to the side when you do that. And as a matter of fact, since I'm in the animation codec, I am going to increase the quality to 100%. This will make the file size larger, but that's okay. When you like the settings that you have set up, you can go ahead and click OK, and now you notice I have a custom setup. Now, if you want to create another file, you can go to the system presets. For example, here, let's say I want to create something for an iPhone. Well, I can browse to my devices, go to the Apple section, and scroll down. Here we go, iPod and iPhone. Let's drag and drop that right into my queue. When I let go, now I have a second option. And if you look on the right-hand side of the queue panel, you can see under Output File, the file path. Notice it's automatically chosen the same folder as the previous QuickTime. If we click this play button in the upper right, that will start the rendering process. Now there's one last thing I want to talk to you about, and that is watch folders. Watch folders are interesting. You can create a folder on your hard drive, and anytime you drop a file into that folder, Media Encoder will automatically start converting that file to whatever format you choose. Now, setting this up is the same process we went through setting files up in the queue. I just want you to understand there's one setting in Preferences that you can adjust. So if you go into Adobe Media Encoder and Preferences in Windows, it's under Edit. We'll go into our Preferences. In here, there's an option to start the queue automatically when idle after a certain amount of time. If you enable this, anytime you launch Media Encoder and start adding files into the output queue, it's counting down. So for example, once it gets to the 2 minutes here, it will automatically start encoding these files in the background. When you have this enabled, that also sets a timer for that watch folder. So I don't like having this set up for auto, so I'll just deselect. If you don't set a time in here, when you drop things into the watch folder, Media Encoder will automatically start running immediately on that file. I'm going to click OK and tell you one last thing about watch folders. They support file formats. They don't support project formats. The reason being, if I dragged an After Effects project into a watch folder, it wouldn't know which composition to open up and start rendering. So watch folders are great if you just want to automatically encode, let's say, a version for the iPod, the iPad, and your Android device every time you create a full-res render. You could set that up so Media Encoder does that separately from your After Effects renders, but it's created from your high-res After Effects renders. You get the idea. Now, with Media Encoder, you can definitely speed up your workflow because, again, it's a separate application. Just understand when you allocate RAM and memory and all that other stuff, you should have a pretty decent system to keep things moving rapidly. Now that you've finished a project all the way through the rendering process, your mind should be on one other topic, and that is archiving. See, the process of archiving will help you remove the files that After Effects has referenced that you did not use in your final project. And when you do this, then you can actually copy that file or folder to a piece of archived media and then delete anything else that you didn't need. This will save you time searching through files, and it will actually save you plenty of hard drive space. In this project here, let's double-click in the project panel to make sure we have the AA output comp selected. Now, we could sit here and go through each of the pre-compositions and try and figure out what QuickTimes we used or what Illustrator files, etc., but there's a much faster way. Before we start removing things from the project, let's take a look at all of the project files that are referenced. With my mouse over the project panel, I'm going to select the tilde key, which is in the upper left corner of your keyboard under the escape key. That will maximize my project panel. Now, if we click on a folder and shift-click to select all of the folders, hold down Command on the Mac, Control on the PC, and open the triangle for one of the folders. Now, in here you can see I have a lot of Illustrator sources. I have my pre-comps. I have a QuickTime pre-render, and I have some QuickTime video files. Now, rather than having to go through all of this. If you want to save anything out of a project that's involved with a specific composition, you can select that composition in your After Effects project and go up under File and go to Reduce Project. I don't want to do that with this because our final project was this output comp. So I'm going to select the output comp and go to File and say Reduce Project. And then I'll get a menu that pops up and says, After Effects, 12 items that were not used by the selected items have been deleted. You can undo if desired. So I'm going to click OK. And now if you notice, okay, I still have my Illustrator files, but I only have one QuickTime file, which is my pre-render, and only one layer solid. Now, if we double click our output comp again, we'll open up our interface and you can see I have my output comp and my pre-comp, and that's pretty much it. You can do this function also when you're archiving in the actual archiving process. So I like to go up under File with my comp selected and just say Collect Files. Now here it says your project needs to be saved first. Do you want to save it? Just for the sake of having the original archiving project for you to go through this process, I'm going to save this as a different name, which you will not see in your exercise files. Okay, so now I've saved this archived version. I can go to File and choose Collect Files. And here I could choose, do I want to collect everything in the project or just for the selected comps? See, if I chose just for selected comps, I could then select Reduce Project, which would do the exact same thing that we just went through a few minutes ago. Down here in the lower left, it tells me exactly how much data will be collected, as well as any effects that are used. This report is really helpful because when you collect your file, you could then move it to a different system. And on that different system, you would definitely want to know exactly what effects were being used. So when I click Collect, we can just choose the Chapter 7 folder, and notice it will automatically name it the name of your project and then add the word folder at the end because it's going to create a folder. So let's click Save. Now it's going to make a duplicate file of anything that we referenced in this project and then open that project. Now I'm just going to jump to the Finder so you can see what it looks like when it's actually collected. I'm navigating from my desktop to my exercise files, and in Chapter 7, here you can see I have my sample folder, and within that folder, I have my After Effects project, my footage, any sources that I have, which happen to be an Illustrator file, my pre-rendered QuickTime, and then of course, this text document. And if we look at the text document here, you can see the comp that were collected, the number of files, where it was collected from, and then sure enough, it lists all the plugins that you're using. So if you were to send this to another system or archive it, you can just archive this entire folder with everything contained within, and you can see that everything has been nicely archived efficiently with only the pieces of footage that you used. Now, it's pretty common to have to create type that exists over a busy background. So if we look at our project here, let's scrub in the timeline with the current time indicator. And as you can see, most definitely we have a busy background. And if you look in the timeline, it's a QuickTime that's been pre-rendered. This is the perfect example for pre-rendering because it's going to save us a lot of computing power since all we're changing is the type. I mentioned type. Obviously, we need to add type into the scene. So for this project, we're going to add one word, but we'll change it into another word, and then we want to make that animation pop by animating its color and its scale. So to get started adding a word, obviously we need to go up to our tool panel and click on the text tool. Now, if the character panel and paragraph panel didn't open, come over here to this button and toggle it in the top center part of the interface. With the text tool, let's just add our text right here in the middle of our viewer. If you just click, we can add the word energy. And press Enter on your keyboard to set. I had yellow as a color. If you want to choose a different color, just make sure you have the first layer selected and then click in the color well and change your color. Now I'm just going to make this a little more saturated and click OK. I do have a color palette that I would like to stick to, and that's in this logo layer. Notice it's an Illustrator file. if we double-click this file to open it in its own footage window, anytime we go to reselect the text, the footage window is going to disappear. So let's select the footage window and click this lock on the left-hand side of the tab. If you click on the little grippy icons, we can drag it to the left side of our viewer window, and now we can see our logo and our new animation. Now let's just click in between the viewer and the footage window just to make it really small, and then I'm going to middle click drag on the footage window to bring these shapes up. This way, now if I want my colors to match exactly my color palette, I can do that by just grabbing my eyedropper and then choosing, let's say, this teal color. Now notice that didn't work, and that was just because I didn't select my layer first in the Layers panel. Now when I grab my eyedropper and click, it's going to change to the new color. Okay, perfect. Now, as I'm looking at my type, I'm realizing the background is extraordinarily busy. And since this isn't going to change and I just want to focus on the animation, let's turn off the video. Now we can focus solely on our text. So to animate the text, we need to open up the text options. So open up the options for the text layer and then open up the text sub-options. Notice with text layers, we just have more and more little arrows that we can open up to give us more options. Right now, I want to add a keyframe for my source text. So let's move our current time indicator to 1 second in the timeline and add a keyframe for the source text. If we move our current time indicator to 2 seconds, this is where we will change our word and the color of the word and the typeface. But before we do that, I want you to notice the keyframe that was created was a hold keyframe. I know that because it's square. Okay, now to change the text, you should have the selector tool active. If you don't, make sure it's active. And now in the canvas, just double click directly over top of the word. When you do that, the entire word is selected. If you go over to the character panel and highlight Rockwell here, we can scroll up and down and preview the typefaces with the arrow key on our keyboard. I already know what I want to change my text to, so I'm just going to click on the pull down and scroll up until we get to Arial. Okay, now with Arial selected, let's change the color. I'm just going to grab my eyedropper and go over here and choose this yellow color. I like all these changes that I've made. Let's grab our selection tool, and you notice now our second keyframe has been added. If we scrub in the timeline, you can see here's energy and energy. We have the color in the typeface. Let's change the word. To jump back in the timeline, just press J and double-click the word again. Now let's change it from energy to power. And you can press Enter on your keypad to set the type, or yet again, grab the selection tool. Okay, so now we have our two words changing. So with source text, as you can see, you can change the actual source of the text, and it makes reference to its color and outline and typeface, etc. If you want to create some more organic animations, you need to go to the Animate button. If you click on this button right here, it will bring up a flyout menu of all the different parameters that you can animate. So let's change the fill color for the word energy. Choose Fill Color RGB, and now you notice this red color is overriding any of the other values that I have set for energy. Even if we scrub in the timeline down to the second keyframe, notice the word and the typeface will change, but the color value is overridden. Anytime you create animators, those values will override the original source text unless you change the animator. Let's scroll down in our timeline here so you can see an animator was added when we added the text with the Animate button. And as a matter of fact, I'm just going to make my timeline a little larger here. Okay. In the category animator, there's an option for range selector. If we open those options, I want you to click on Start. Notice with Start selected, if we grab our selection tool, here, click on the left side and start dragging. And notice I'm selecting less and less of the word, and the percentage for Start is changing. If we click on the right side and drag, you'll notice the end is changing. Now what's bothering me is the fact that these are percentages. So if you go to the advanced options down here, under Units, you can change the pull down to Index. And sure enough, now within the index, you can see it's starting at character 2, so these two, and then it's ending at character 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2 out of the 4 are selected. So let's look at offset. What I like to do when I'm animating is click and drag on a parameter so I can see how it might animate. So I like to scrub back and forth. As I drag back to the left, notice when I get to -5, I can see now my animator is completely off of the word and I'm ready to use this as my start point. So let's add a keyframe for offset. And let's move our current time indicator down to 2 seconds and 1 frame, just after the word changes. I'm going to scrub my offset value to the right, and there we go. We'll set it to 4. Now as I scrub through this, you can see I have the color changing, and when it gets just to the other side, the word changes and the color changes. So that looks pretty cool. Now I want you to move your current time indicator to right in the middle of the animation. There's something else I want you to pay attention to, and that's the mode option down here. Now to accentuate what we're looking at, I want to add another parameter to the animation. So if you want to add another parameter to an existing animation, you go to that animator and there's an add button. So if I click on that pull down menu, let's add a property of scale. And notice these properties are the exact same options that I had up here under this animate button. The difference being I know I'm adding this specifically to the animator 1 option. So now as I scroll down here to the bottom, you can see I have a scale set to 100%. If we look at the mode, it's set to add. Now since I'm already at 100% scale for my layer itself, when I add, it's not going to add anything else unless I adjust the scale percentage down here. So let's scale this up to around 130. Now you can see how the scale is happening and the color is happening. If I click and drag, you can see it's moving across. To bundle up these last couple options here, we have shape, smoothness, ease high, and ease low. When you look at the shape, that's how these selectors are moving across the letters. So right now it's set to square. Now if we bring the smoothness all the way down, look at what happens to these letters. I'm going to scrub it down to 0 and we're not seeing anything. We'll see something when we scrub. Notice how the letters are just popping from 0 to the 130 value? That's because the shape is square and it's not smooth at all. So it's like a right angle going through there. If you drag up to 100%, now you can see it's smooth across. By all means, you could click through this shape pull down and see how the different options change your animation, but I think you understand how we can make some adjustments with here. Ease high and ease low just smooth out the transition from the state before the selector and after the selector or the animator rolls over the type. Now that you understand the basics of creating one animator, I just want to come back up to the top here and show you that you can create a second animator. The most important thing if you want to add a second animator is to make sure that you don't have the animator 1 selected. So just to play it safe, I'm going to select the text up here and then go to animate. And if we add another parameter, let's choose position. Now I have a completely separate animator. And if we expand the range selection options, you can see I have a whole new set of range selections. I don't want this animator applied to this word, so let's go ahead and select animator 2. And if you ever need to delete one, you just press delete once you've selected the word animator. So if we scroll back up to the top and collapse our energy layer, there's one other thing I want to point out. After you get comfortable creating your own animations with animators, you should go up to the animation panel. As long as you have a text layer selected, when you go to animation, there's an option for browse presets. I want you to click on that because there is a huge library of presets that Adobe's already made for you, and you can browse through those in Adobe Bridge. Now, once the presets are open in Bridge, open the text layer, and within the text layer, you can check out all the different kinds of animations. So let's choose Animate In. Notice here, I can select on any one of the preset animations, and we'll get a preview here on the right-hand side. If it's a little sluggish, don't worry, that's just your machine loading up the previews. If there was something that I liked with these animations, you can easily apply them to your text layer as long as you had the text layer selected before you browse the animator. All you have to do is double-click your preset. So with that preset selected, you can open up the text layer and notice I have a second animator that's doing nothing but what I set for my preset. And I can also turn off the visibility of animator 1, so as we go through the preset, you can see it's animating based on what we had set up using the preset. This is a great way to go reverse engineer your animations and continue to grow with text animators. Animating text in 3D space is really no different than animating text in 2D space. You just have to be a little more methodical with keeping track of exactly where you are. For this animation, we're going to create a text animation where the word wind will zoom out towards the camera and then disappear back away from the camera. And of course, it will zoom out in 3D space. Now, just so you know, in the previous video, we animated this text layer at 5 seconds. And so this animation is going to be 5 seconds as well. We are eventually going to add all of these text animations together to create one big animation. So now that we understand that, let's press Home to move our current time indicator to the start of the project, and press Command-T or Control-T on the PC to grab the text tool. Now hover your mouse over the canvas and click. With our cursor set in the canvas, let's type WIND in all caps and grab the selection tool to set our text. Now, since I want this to shoot out towards the camera, I'm going to actually make the text a little bit larger by clicking and dragging in the paragraph panel. If you don't see the paragraph panel, quickly grab your text tool and just toggle this button on and off. Okay, back to our selection tool. Let's move wind down into the center of our comp and enable 3D on the layer. Now, if you press P on your keyboard, notice if you scrub on the Z parameter, wind is moving together as one big word. Well, that's kind of in 3D space, but not exactly. So let's Command Z or Control Z to undo and open up the properties for wind, and then open up the text properties. There's nothing in here like a checkbox to enable 3D. It's actually under the Animate menu. So click on the Animate button, and there we go, Enable Per Character 3D. So when we select that, now you notice I have small bounding boxes around each of the individual letters. And also look at the 3D switch. It has 2 boxes, letting me know that not only is the layer in 3D space, but each individual character. The way I like to work with animating things in 3D space is to set everything up in its starting position with the selector having selected absolutely everything. So to show you what I mean, let's add the parameters we're going to animate. So let's go back to the Animate button and click, and we'll start by animating position. And if you just click and drag on the Z position, drag to the right to move the wind back in the comp. Let's drag it to around 1200. Okay, that looks good. And now I want the letters to fade in as well. So if we go to Add, we can go to the property and add opacity. Notice I didn't have to go back up to animate since the animator already has this nice add button. So let's go to property and choose opacity. Now with opacity set up, since I want this to start at 0% opacity, let's click and drag the parameter to set it to 0. Now let's open the range selector. As you can see, it's selected everything because its start is at 0 and its end is at 100%. Most of the time when I animate type, I like to just animate the offset. So let's see what happens if we scrub the offset, because this is how we want our text to start. If we scrub it to the right, when it gets to 100%, you can see everything and it's exactly at the front of the scene the way we want. But notice it stops. In this animation, I want this to pop out towards us and then go back away from the camera. I don't want to go back this way because I'm having the letters go backwards. I want it to literally just kind of strobe through. All the letters pop in and then they all pop out. So to do that, we need to actually go to the Advanced tab and change the mode from add to subtract. This way, when we adjust the offset all the way back to 0, notice nothing is selected, and as we scrub through, when it hits 0, the word is going to be all up, and now as we continue on to 100% through the offset, it's back to its starting point. So to reiterate, let's scroll down and look at the mode again. See, when I set it up to add, this is how we had it set up originally. As we animate the offset, if I drag it back to the beginning, notice it's starting where I want the middle to be. And halfway through, that's where I want the end and the beginning to be. So it makes sense to go down to the mode and change it to subtract, because that would give me the inverse of the animation we just created. To literally create the animation, we now need to finally add our keyframes. So let's scroll back up to the offset parameter and click and drag all the way to the left and create your first keyframe. Now move the current time indicator 2 seconds down the timeline and scrub the offset all the way through to 100%. This way you can see when you press 0 to load up a RAM preview, it's going to start away and fade it out and then back in. Just to give this a little bit more flavor, I want to adjust the rotation because this coming out looks very similar to a scale to me. So if we collapse the text layer and just press R to open the orientation or the rotation, we can just set the rotation for the layer itself. Now, in order to see what we're doing in terms of how things are moving through the scene, let's move the current time indicator to the middle of our animation. That way, when we adjust the Y rotation here, you get a more clear picture as to how far the letters are traveling from their source and their end positions. Let's add a little bit of the X rotation here because I want it to sort of pop up, and Z rotation just to kind of give it a little flavor. All right, so there we have wind pop out and then fade back away. So as you can see, animating text in 3D space is remarkably similar to animating text in 2D space. You just get the added benefit of the third dimension. So to start with our project, let's scrub with our current time indicator in the timeline. And as you can see, we have definitely created 2D type that's moving in 3D space. To transition this type to actually have dimension and exist as 3D type in 3D space, we need to change our renderer. So look in the upper right-hand corner of your comp window and click on the Classic 3D button. In the Advanced tab for the comp settings, click on the Classic 3D pull-down and choose Ray Trace 3D. Now we switch the renderer to Ray Trace 3D, and I just want you to make note of these options if you click on the Options button. Ray tracing is set to 3 and the anti-aliasing filter is set to box. Before we do a high-res output, we'll need to change this ray tracing setting to a much higher setting. And we may very well want to change the anti-aliasing filter up as well, but let's see after we create something. So click OK and click OK one more time, and let's select our wind layer. Now, within the text itself, since we've changed our renderer to Ray Trace 3D, we can open up the text options and collapse transform. And here next to geometry options, let's open that triangle. And sure enough, we have an option for extrusion depth. So let's change that to 40. If we look at our type here, let's make sure we're looking at our type at 100% magnification and at full quality. Okay, I'm just going to press the space bar and click and drag to get this more centered in the scene. Just so we can focus completely on the type, let's turn off the visibility of our background layer. With the type set like this, I know it's kind of hard to see any definition as to what's going on. So one way we can bring definition is by adding a bevel. So if we go to the bevel style, let's change the pull down from none to convex. And we can leave the bevel style to 2 for now. As you can see, we still don't have any dimension, but trust me, when we start making some more adjustments, you'll see that bevel in a heartbeat. Let's start by looking at the material options. If you open the material options and start to scroll down, you should see there are many, many more options than in the previous renderer. Now, the first one we want to adjust is the transparency option. If you make these a little transparent, you'll be able to see through the dimensions and actually get some sense of perspective. So let's change the transparency to a value of 20%. Some of these options will go way in depth in the last chapter of our course, but let's look at making some minor adjustments in here now. Now, in addition to adjusting the transparency, the other thing we should look at changing is the reflection intensity. Now, the reflection intensity we should set to around 23, and I know this because I've already set this, so just change this for now. But if you look as we make that adjustment, now you can see some of these dimensions popping out. And sure enough, along the edge of the D here, you definitely get some perspective in terms of that bevel that we added. Okay, now we've made some minor adjustments to our material settings, but another way to give a sense of strong dimension is to actually change the colors of the face, the bevel, the sides, and the back of our type. So to do that, let's scroll back up in our timeline and go to the Animate menu. If you click on the Animate menu, notice there are categories for front, bevel, side, and sure enough, back. If you notice, when we roll over these options, they're the same for every single side. So all I want to do for this video is just change the color. So under the front, let's go to Color and choose RGB. Now for the front color, I want to choose kind of a light blue. So let's change it from red to this kind of light blue color and click OK. Instead of adding another animator by clicking Animate, I just want to keep adding my color selections to Animator 2. So I'm going to rename Animator 2 by selecting it and pressing Return on my keyboard. Let's name this 3D Color. Okay, now we can click back on Add for our new 3D Color animator and change the color of the bevel. Again, we go to Bevel, Color, and RGB. Since I want to start from this first color we set, just grab the dropper and sample the front color. Usually, since I want the bevel as a highlight, let's change the bevel color to be a little more bright and click OK. Now I'm going to scroll down in the timeline just so we have more space. So let's go back to the Add button and go to the Property and Side, change the color to RGB. Now again, we'll sample from the front color. And the sides typically are a little darker, so let's click in the color well and just change this to be a little darker and click OK. Now you guessed it, we're going to add one more time and we'll add color to the back. Again, let's sample, but this time we'll sample from the front color. So the front color and the back color will end up matching. Now obviously, if you want to accentuate the differences between the different sides, you can definitely do so by intensifying the changes in the colors. But typically, when you go to sample 3D letters and you're polishing how they look, you'll want to use lights to add that sense of dimension. Now, instead of adding lights, I want to show you what it looks like when you actually increase the ray traced renderer. So instead of going up and just clicking on the Ray Trace 3D button, I want you to hold Command on the Mac or Control on the PC and then click on that button. This will automatically jump us to the renderer options. I want to increase the ray tracing quality. Let's jump it way up there. We'll change it to 12. In the anti-aliasing filter, let's change it from box to cubic. Ray tracing quality. Let me just explain how ray tracing works. If you look in the letters here, you can see that there are little dots, and that noise is created as light rays bounce around through the pixels. So increasing the quality increases the number of bounces of those light rays to give you more detail. And in turn, as you increase the quality, it will give you less noise in your image. So the optimum settings are whatever setting you can set this at as low as possible and still have an acceptable amount of grain in your 3D. The anti-aliasing filter will work in order of quality, from none being the lowest quality to cubic being the highest. Now the way this works, it's just dealing with the edges of your type, and actually what it's doing as you increase the quality, it's sampling more and more pixels around the edge. So in essence, it's kind of blurring that edge just a little bit. So when we click OK, it's going to take a second to render, but we should get a pretty decent preview. Now, if you really want to see a high-res preview, click on this button in the lower right corner of the comp window. You want to change it from adaptive resolution to final quality. Now on this computer, it may take a second to render because we saw at the beginning of the course that we don't have a supported CUDA graphics card. A lot of this processing can happen on the CUDA graphics card if you have a supported card. So now that it's finished, press Shift-Command-H to hide all of the guides around the selected layer. And as you can see, upping the render settings has definitely given us a much higher quality. Now that being said, I want to draw your attention to the lower right corner of your comp viewer. This button right here is the Fast Preview button. If you click and hold, notice we could change the resolution of what we're looking at. When you're working with 3D, you probably want to set this to draft, specifically if you're trying to animate. That way you can get much better playback because it lowers the quality of the resolution of the render. Now, obviously, if you want to see what you've created, remember to come back down here and then change it back to off, so when you're finished, you can see exactly what you've created. Now, like I said, to really polish your 3D text, you'll want to go ahead and get into adding lights and continue tweaking your material options. Animating text on a path will give you the ultimate control when you're trying to fly your text around on a screen. To get started with our animation, let's look at what we've got. Layer 1, we have a text layer. And layer 2, if we double click on it, you can see it's a pre-comp of our Illustrator logo. So let's close that comp and talk about what we're going to create. I want these 4 words to fly around the Kinetico logo in a circle. And then we're going to have both of them scale away from the camera so it looks like they're just kind of fading off into a very small place. So to get started, we need to create our path. I like to have flexibility with my animations. And in doing that, I like to be able to reference my path from any other layer at any time. So instead of just creating my path right on the wind, solar, green energy layer, let's create a path on a layer solid. So if we go up under layer, we can choose new solid and just make sure it's the comp size by clicking the button, and we can leave it this purple color. So I'll click OK. Now move your mouse over the comp viewer and scroll to 100% magnification. If you're not seeing this anchor point, make sure layer 1 is selected. Now go up to your shape tools in the tool palette and make sure that we have the ellipse tool selected. Place the ellipse tool directly over the center of this layer and then click and drag. Now after you start dragging, hold down Shift and then Command at the same time. So I'm dragging, holding Shift and Command, and this is allowing me to draw the circle from the center point of this layer. If we scroll on our mouse again to zoom back out over the canvas, this is about what I'm looking for the mask. To add this mask to the text layer, we just have to click on the word mask 1 to make sure it's selected, and copy, Command-C, and paste, Command-V. Since we're not using layer 1 anymore, we can turn its visibility off and make it shy and enable our little shy guy there. That way it's hidden, but we can always go back to it if we need it for any other reason. Select layer 2, and you can see that the mask that was added to layer 2 pasted onto the layer. If we scroll in here and move up, you can see the anchor point is the center point of this circle. So when you paste a path onto a new layer, it will paste in the same position from your source layer. We don't need this mask to mask anything, so change its mask mode from add to none. If we scroll back out in our comp, here I'm just going to reposition, let's look at what we have. The mask is in the wrong place. So if you press V on your keyboard to grab the selection tool, you can double click on the mask to grab the bounding box or create the bounding box. If you move your mouse anywhere inside of the bounding box, you can move the mask up in the composition. I want to make sure it's centered on the comp, and I like using title and action safe as a reference. So in the lower left corner, click on title and action safe, and let's just move this right over the center of our canvas. Okay, if we scroll into 100% magnification, you can use that to make sure that you are at the center of your comp. Press Enter on your keypad to set that location for the mask path. If you open up the mask path options, here you can see we can also select the mask path right here. Well, this is the parameter that we're going to use to keyframe. Now, before we start animating the mask, we actually need to apply the type to the mask. So let's go back to 50% magnification so we can see our scene and turn off our title and action safe in the comp viewer. With the text layer selected, let's collapse layer 2 and then open it back up again and open the text options. Under the text options, you want to open path options because we now have a path. We can go to the path, pull down, and enable mask 1. Now, when you have the words on the path, notice they snap to the top of the path, and they're upside down. Well, the first option here is reverse path. If we click off to on just by clicking on it, you see now it's on the outside of the circle, which is what I was looking for. Why did it choose the top of the path? Well, if we scroll down, the parameter that we want to adjust is this first margin. So click and drag on that parameter so you can see a preview as to what the words will be doing. Notice as I move, if we scroll in here, you can see this control vertice has a circle around it. None of the other ones do. That's letting me know where the start of the path is. So when I reversed path, it literally moved from one side of the path to the other side of the path, but it was also referencing this start point. Now to create our animation, we have to animate the path and we have to animate the type moving around the path. So 2 separate parameters, and that also gives you a lot more control. Now before we start animating, I just want to show you some of the other options with the path options. Perpendicular to path, if we click on that, notice that will make the words literally perpendicular to the path as opposed to each individual character. Force alignment, here, let me scroll out here. We'll stretch all the letters out so it's around the entire path. Obviously, we don't want that. And then first margin just allows you to work with the first margin. And if we had a lot of type that went all the way around, we could click and drag and adjust the end margin and see something. But again, since we only have a little bit of type, we don't have to worry about that option. So I'm going to reset that to 0. Now to start our animation, with layer 2 selected, let's press M to open up our mask. This is where I want the circle to end in terms of its size. So let's start by adding a second keyframe. So move your current time indicator down to about 2 seconds and add a keyframe for the mask path. Now, if you press home, that'll move your current time indicator to the start. And if we scroll out here with our mouse over the comp viewer, you can press Command T and open up this bounding box. Now, the only reason to open this bounding box is because we already had mask 1 selected. If it wasn't selected, we would have just grabbed the text tool. So to add another keyframe, all you have to do is click on one of the corners. And you guessed it, if we want it to go around the center point, we have to hold Shift and Command on the Mac or Control on the PC. So let's click and drag until the path is way outside of our comp viewer. Now, if we scrub in the timeline here, you can see, okay, the path is animated. That's perfect. Now we just need to animate the type along that path. So let's collapse layer 2, go to the text section, and then under path options, we will keyframe the first margin. So move your current time indicator to the start of your comp, add a keyframe, press end, and then I like to click and drag on the parameter. That way, as I drag, I can see exactly how many times I'm going around the circle. So I want to drag until I get about 3 times around the circle. Perfect. If we scroll through here and load up a RAM preview, you can see that we've got our type animated. Now, the only thing we have left to do is scale down the logo. So let's go collapse layer 2, select layer 3, press home, and we'll start with a logo with this size. So to automatically add a keyframe to the scale, instead of just pressing S, if you hold down Alt on the PC or Option on the Mac and then press S, this will automatically add a keyframe for the scale. If we move down to 2 seconds, which is where the keyframe was on layer 2, you could also select layer 2 and press U, just so you have reference. We can scale our logo down. So select layer 3 and click and drag to adjust the scale down. Now we can load up a RAM preview and you can see our type flies down and we have our circle type spinning around. Now, if you're one of those overachievers who wants to keep pushing this animation, I suggest you use parenting or the pick whip. Now, if you haven't already checked out the video on that, go back to the Animation 101 chapter and check it out. Now, let's see how to animate shapes and shape layers. Animating shapes inside of After Effects gives you added flexibility because of the extra parameters that you can animate while still keeping the shape vector. I like to create a lot of shapes inside of After Effects, starting with shape layers, but since they are vector, you can actually import your shapes from Illustrator. So in this example, I'm going to show you how we can bring an Illustrator file in and actually convert it to shapes and then animate it. So we're going to start inside of Illustrator. And from inside Illustrator, I'm just going to go to File and choose Open. And if you navigate in your exercise files to your footage folder in Illustrator, the first file I want you to open is Kinetico 01. Go ahead and open that. I'm using the same spacebar command and left-clicking to drag this over. Now, since this isn't an Illustrator course, I'm not going to go way in depth about the files, but I do want to point out one thing that I think will help speed up your workflow. When you're dealing with complicated shapes like this circle here, what you want to do is go look at that layer in the Layers panel. Now I'm just going to click this button over here in the interface to pop up my layers. And when we select one of these shapes, you can see whether it's yellow or blue, when you open the triangle for that layer, it has paths underneath of it. Now this is a complex shape, but since each path is on its own layer, one of the things I like to do before I bring it into Illustrator is actually create one compound path from this. So to create a compound path, if you have something like this within your Illustrator files, you can select the layer and click on the selection target over here on the right, and then go up under Object and choose Compound Path Make. This compound path exists on its own layer. Now, since I don't want to import the entire document, what I would do is click on the target, again, making sure the layer is selected, and then go up under Edit and choose Copy, and then go to File, New, and then under the profile, choose one of the video files, and here we'll choose our DVC Pro HD 720, click OK, and then I can go Edit and Paste. Now, since this is on its own layer and it's a compound path, I can save this and import it into After Effects. Just because I like to have my layers a little larger, I am going to click on the corner Shift and Option as I drag out. Notice the same sort of key command. Instead of Shift Command in After Effects and Illustrator, it's Shift and Option. Now with this scaled up, I can save it and then jump back into Illustrator. So let me go ahead and save this. And I'll call it Shape 2. And I'm just saving it in my Illustrator folder in my exercise files under footage. Okay, so save. For the Illustrator options, we can just go ahead and click Save with the default settings. Now let's jump into After Effects and double-click in your project panel to import. If you navigate to the Illustrator folder, we can choose Shape 2 and just import it as footage. When I click Open, the shape is brought in. If I double-click, it'll open up the shape in a layer viewer. There we go. And if I want to actually create a composition out of this, I can just drag it and drop it right to the comp button in the bottom of the project panel. Since I used one of the video presets in Illustrator, when I brought it in, it already had the proper dimensions to create something for video. This is an Illustrator file, so it is vector-based. If you press S to open up the scale and scale up, notice you probably have to click continuously rasterize to make sure that the edges stay sharp. Well, this is all well and good, but if you open up the parameters to animate, notice I can animate all the same things I could animate with any other shape. So what's going to make this a little more interesting is to turn this into a shape layer. I'm just going to undo my scale adjustment just by pressing Command Z twice. And with my Illustrator layer selected, you can go up to the Layer menu and choose Create Shapes from Vector Layer. When you do this, now the Illustrator file will be converted to a shape layer. Notice it also turned off the visibility of Layer 2. So just to keep things tidy, let's make Layer 2 shy and then enable our shy guy in the top of the layer timeline. Okay, now we can focus just on our shape. What I want to do is make this spin and then distort it so it looks kind of like a spinning beach ball, and then we can actually change the color as it's spinning as well. So let's open up layer 1 and open up the contents. Notice we have one group. If we expand that group, you can see I still have my 4 paths, and underneath that, they're all merged together to create one graphic. And under the fill, if you expand that, this is where I can set my color. So let's set some keyframes for our color. I'm just going to click the stopwatch at the start and then move down a second and choose a different color by clicking in the drop well and just moving my hue here by clicking on the hue slider. Now when I click OK, it's a different color. Let's move down to 2 seconds and adjust. You get the idea. Keep doing this and adjusting the color all the way down the timeline, roughly 1 second apiece. Now to make the last color the same as the first color, I'm just going to copy that keyframe by drawing a lasso around it, Command-C and Command-V. Okay, now it's going to spin around in all of the colors. That's great, but I want to rotate this. Well, if we collapse the fill option, notice we have transform options just for this one group. So you can have multiple shapes within a shape layer, and you can animate each individual shape separately. So notice for group 1, I have my own set of options for this group. So let's expand the options for group 1. And if we click and drag on rotation, notice it's spinning. And that looks pretty cool. So let's add 2 keyframes. Let's set our first parameter for rotation at 0 and click the stopwatch. Press End to jump your current time indicator all the way to the end of your comp. And let's create 5 rotations. So click in the first number well, change it to 5, press enter. Now, if we press home, we can load up a RAM preview by pressing 0, and this is looking pretty cool, but let's take it over the top by adding some distortion. So while I can animate certain parameters within the transform option, since it is a shape layer, I can always go back up to the top of the contents and click the add button. I can add one of these other things that we could keyframe. So I want to add some twist. When we add twist, notice it bends the edges of this shape a little bit. And I want to scrub in my timeline so I can see if it's bending in the right direction, and it looks like it is. So let's move our current time indicator to the start of the timeline, open up our twist options, reset the angle to 0, and click the stopwatch to add a keyframe. Now we can press End, moving our current time indicator to the end, and let's change the angle to 270. Now, if we deselect the layer, there we go, just click in the gray area and load up a RAM preview by pressing 0 on our keyboard, you can see we've animated our vector shape layer. We've taken advantage of some of the different animations options by adding the twist, and definitely learned how to convert an Illustrator shape into a shape layer in After Effects. In this video, we're going to stylize some of our footage. We're actually going to make it look kind of sketchy. Not in a bad way, but actually a good way. Now, to get started, let's make sure we have our sketchy project open. So double-click your sketchy comp in the project panel. And if we select layer 1, most of the time when you apply effects, you just select the layer and go up under effect and apply the effect. But one of the tips I can recommend, especially if you're not sure exactly what piece of footage you're going to be using, is to actually use an adjustment layer instead of applying the effects directly to your video layer. So let's start by going up under Layer and choose New, Adjustment Layer. Now with the adjustment layer selected, if you know you're going to create something stylized, it's always a good idea to just do your due diligence and go up under the animation menu and browse some of the presets, because chances are there's probably a preset that's pretty close that you could modify. Now let's go in the Image Creative folder, and within here, if it takes a second to load, don't panic, it will load, but you could scroll through and browse some of the different options. Notice when you select a file, it pops up over in the preview on the right-hand side. Now, if it were animated, you would see a previewed animation. Now, as I click up to bloom or colorize, you can see there really isn't anything that looks particularly sketchy. So I'm just going to Command Tab and jump back into my After Effects. So from within After Effects, let's start by choosing a base effect. So with the adjustment layer selected, go up under Effect. And I know I want to stylize my footage, so let's start by looking in the Stylize section. Kind of makes sense, right? Well, if we browse through here, we can look, and sure enough, there's one called Find Edges. So let's see what that looks like by choosing it. And yes, I've created something that looks kind of sketchy. If we scrub through the timeline here, let's see exactly what this is looking like. And while this looks pretty cool, when we get towards the end, notice as we look in the top of our comp window, you can see some of the sketch lines are different colors. So I like this, but I want them to be black and white. So let's go back up under Effect and go to Color Correction because we're trying to change the colors. And since I want it to be black and white, let's actually go to the black and white effect. Now when we apply that, we have an order of effects. So we have Find Edges first and then black and white next. Now, if we toggle black and white on and off by clicking this FX button in the Effects Control panel, make note of which lines are what color. So notice this greenish color, whatever, is kind of cyan actually. So when we turn black and white back on, I could adjust the cyan setting down to just bold up that color a little bit. Now, I could sit here and keep tweaking, but I think this is pretty decent for now. Now, as we scrub through, I am slightly bothered by the fact that these edges are so jagged. Now, just to make sure that they're jagged, I always recommend scrolling to 100% magnification and full resolution so you can check out what you're looking at. And it's true, I just don't like how jagged these little lines are. So I'm going to go up under Effect and add one more. If we go to Blur and Sharpen, we can add the Fast Blur. It's just a quick way to add a blur without having to bog down your system with render time. So I'm going to bring my blurriness just a tiny bit up. Here we can set it around 2. Now when we scroll back out and scrub through, you can kind of see it's just added a nice softness to the layer. Now, I like this sketch look, but I don't want it to be on white. I do want it to be applied to the video somehow. So in order to mix our effects with our video, we can now adjust the blend mode of the adjustment layer. So if your switches and modes aren't up, just right-click anywhere in the gray area and make sure that you have your modes enabled. Okay, now let's change the mode from layer 1 from normal to multiply. When you choose multiply, any white pixels will get knocked out. Now, if you look here, you might get a little confused because this looks white. Well, if we turn off the visibility of our adjustment layer, you can see the original source is bright white as well. So don't panic. Everything is working just perfectly. Now, an interesting thing is going on here. We have effects that are applied to our adjustment layer. But now, since we have a blend mode applied, our background layer is also a part of this treatment. Now, what I want to do is add a slight glow to everything in the scene. Let's see what happens if we apply the glow directly to the adjustment layer. If you go up to the Effect panel and go to Stylize, we can choose Glow. Now, the default settings of glow seem to be relatively okay, but honestly, how can you tell? You can't really see what's going on here. So let's actually select the glow effect in the effects control and press Delete. Now let's add an adjustment layer. Let's go up to Layer New and Adjustment Layer. The reason I want to add an adjustment layer is because I want this effect to be applied to both my effects in the adjustment layer and the background color that it's mixing with. Now we can go up under Effect, and since I just applied the glow, I can just go right here to Glow to apply it. The last effect you applied is always going to be the first option up here in your effects panel. Now you can see I'm getting some glow out on the color channels as well as my stylized sketch. Now notice in my glow settings, I could adjust my glow based on the alpha or the color channels. I do want to do the color channel. And if we crank the threshold down, it's going to intensify the glow. And if we bring it up, it's going to soften the glow. So let's bring it up to around 65. And we could adjust the radius out if we really want to soften it, or bring it down for less of a glow. The intensity is just that, just how intense of a glow you're going to have. So let's leave that at 1. And you can definitely continue to click through the different options and further explore glow. But I hope you can see how making adjustments to stylizing your video with adjustment layers actually creates something a little bit more versatile and flexible because you not only have control within the effects themselves, but also between the layers and the blend modes. Have you ever watched one of those Hollywood movies where you see somebody running down the street and then it goes into super slow motion? Well, really what's happening with that, they were originally shot with a high frame rate camera. So super slow motion was created because, let's say the footage was shot at 200 frames a second, and then they played it back at 30 frames a second. So you get a much slower motion. I think there are plenty of us that get lots of footage that wasn't shot with a high-speed camera, but people still want to slow it down and speed it up. And usually, as a rule of thumb, I like to think, okay, I don't want to slow my footage down slower than 30% lower than it was originally shot. And that's just a rule of thumb so I can create smooth projects. But before you can even deal with any of that, you need to have a base understanding of what the tools are and how they function. So let's start by looking at our project here. If we look in the timeline, we have an MPEG-4 file, and if we select it up in our project panel, you can see it was shot at 23.976 frames a second. Now, it exists in a composition that is also 23.976 frames a second, so when we make changes, I don't want to slow this down much less than maybe 17 or 18 frames a second. Let's look at how retiming actually works. When you select the layer in After Effects, there are time controls you can easily get to by going up to the layer menu. Now, we need to have the layer selected in the timeline. There we go. So now when we go to the layer menu, we can go to time. Now within time, there's an option for time remapping, but if you're just very quickly trying to play footage backwards, you can enable time reverse layer. Now let's see what happens with this. I'm going to scrub my playhead to about 2 seconds. And let's have this footage play to here and then play backwards and then play forwards again. So if I selected this layer and went up under Edit, I could split it, which now it exists on 2 different layers. And I'm doing this because I want this top layer currently to play backwards. So let's rename that reverse. So we'll select that and press return on our keyboards and say reverse. Okay. Now move your current time indicator down to around 4 seconds and split the layer again. The key command to split the layer is Command-Shift-D or Control-Shift-D if you're on a PC. Now let's rename layer 1 turbines. And I'm just leaving it the same basic name as 3 because we're not adjusting the time for that layer. When you reverse a layer, it's literally going to reverse. So see this light gray area on the outside of what we've actually chosen to show? This is the area that got trimmed out. We'll look at what happens when we go up under Layer and go to Time and choose Time Reverse Layer. It's playing backwards, and it literally flipped the entire layer around, but it knows we want to show these specific frames, so now this front section that used to be over here is now over here. And you can see it's going to play in reverse because of these red lines. If we load up a RAM preview, watch what happens. It's going to play and then jump backwards and then jump forwards again. That's because these frames actually shifted around in the timeline. So let's select layer 1 and duplicate it so we have a clean layer to start with. I want to solo this layer, and then I'm going to bring its start point back to the start of the timeline by clicking and dragging on it. In here, I want to show you how we can create a variable time remapping where it changes over time. In order to do that, let's go up to Layer, Time, and go to Enable Time Remapping. Notice when time remapping is enabled, I have a keyframe at the beginning and at the end of my footage. Now, this is better illustrated when we select Time Remap in the timeline and then open up our keyframe editor. In here, you can see a line that represents how the footage plays. As long as this line is at an angle going upwards, it's going to be playing in a quote-unquote forwards direction. Anytime that it's flat, it will be stopped or paused. So let's get started by moving our current time indicator to 2 seconds and going over to the left side of the timeline to add a keyframe here with the keyframe navigator. Go ahead and click right there. Perfect. And now let's move to 4 seconds and add another keyframe. Now, we haven't done any time remapping yet because we haven't made any adjustments to these keyframes. Select the second keyframe you added and drag it down in the timeline. You should notice snapping. If it's not snapping, you want to toggle this magnetic button here. Okay, so with the magnet, it snaps. It's perfectly flat compared to the other keyframe. If I drag that up and down, it'll be flat. So what's going to happen when we preview this, it will play forwards in normal time at the front section. And then it's going to pause and then play back a little bit faster. See how this angle is steeper back here? That's letting me know it has to play faster. So there, it stopped. And then there, it picked up again, but it's playing at a faster rate. Let me stop playback. If you want to round this out, what you can do is right-click on the layer, go to your keyframe assistant, and choose Easy Ease. That'll give you your handles. So let's do that for the next keyframe. Right-click on the keyframe, keyframe assistant, Easy Ease. Notice how smooth it made the second handle. That's just because it's trying to ease it back into that higher velocity. So if we press home and load up a RAM preview again, you should notice it easing in, pausing, and then easing back out in terms of the motion. It may take a second to load on your system. Don't worry, it'll get there. All right, I'm going to press the space bar so I can watch my RAM preview for what's cached so far. Now, as you can see, I'm getting some stuttering that's happening, and that's just because it's playing at such a low frame rate. Let me stop playback one more time. Just so you can see what it looks like, let's click on the second keyframe and drag it all the way down. Now notice, when I hover my mouse over the keyframe, it's telling me I'm at 4 seconds, but the time remap is saying play the frame from 0 seconds at this point. If I hover over here, it's saying play frame 2 seconds at 2 seconds. So let's load up another RAM preview, and you'll see it speed up, slow down, and speed up again. Okay, so now you've seen what it looks like when it speeds up, goes in reverse, and then goes back. Just understand, when you adjust your keyframes forwards or down the timeline, you will be changing how fast the frame rate changes because the curve will have to change accordingly. If you wanted to smooth out an individual section, you could draw a lasso around the keyframes that you're trying to adjust, and you'll get this bounding box that pops up if you have this key active. This bounding box will allow you to drag the keyframes out in proportion to each other. Just understand, when that smooths out, notice how sharp this angle is. Okay, so that brings me to the last thing we're going to talk about with time remapping. Let's close our keyframe editor, go up under Layer, and go to Frame Blending. In here, you have frame blending options. So as you remap your footage, sometimes you'll notice that it stutters or it looks a little ragged. That's because frame blending is off. Frame mix is the next step up from being off, where it mixes frames by adding or creating new frames. And then pixel motion will not only add and create frames, but it'll actually analyze each individual pixel between the frames to create the smoothest motion possible. Just understand, when you choose this, it's going to add a lot more time to your render time. But I can tell you the rewards are well worth the wait. Now you understand how time remapping works directly on the layer. There's one other area where there's time remapping you should check out in After Effects, and that's in the Effects area. So go to the Effects, down to Time, and then you can see there's a whole host of different effects that you can apply to layers to make time adjustments. If you would like to explore time remapping and time adjustments more in depth, you should check out another title in our library called After Effects Apprentice 10 Time Games. As we scrub through the project, you can see I've got some issues here that I could definitely use the clone stamp tool to fix. For example, this hair that appears to be on the lens and this dirt that's up here. Notice as I scrub, when the turbine goes by, it overlaps. That could be problematic, but we can fix it relatively easily with the clone stamp tool. Now, the clone stamp tool is driven by the paint engine in After Effects. And so the way that works, you have to double-click the layer to open up the layer panel. So if we double-click, here we have a layer panel window, and in here we could paint with our clone stamp tool. But since this is a paint function, if you go to the workspace pull down, notice there is a paint option. So let's change our workspace to paint. Now that we're in paint, you can see on the left, we have the composition viewer, and then right here, we have the layer panel. So within the layer panel itself, we can actually paint once we grab our clone tool. So go up to the clone stamp tool in your tool palette and select it. Let's look over to the right here and notice we have some options for the paint. Right here, 100% opacity. That means as we paint, it'll be 100% opaque. This is the next thing you need to pay attention to. If you click on that, notice the brushes panel becomes active. So let's make that a little more dominant. You can see in the brushes panel, you can make the diameter of the brush smaller or larger depending upon what you're going to paint. So I'm going to click and drag on the diameter and set it up to around 27. Now, these other options are kind of fun, but they're pretty self-explanatory. Let's just jump down to the hardness one. If you click and drag on hardness, notice the edges of the brush will get more sharp. Well, when you're dealing with painting something like a sky that has variable colors of blue, you don't want a hard edge brush. So let's change the hardness down to 0. Now, spacing deals with painting over a long area, and we're not going to have to worry about that, so we'll just leave the spacing set at 25. Now let's move the brushes panel back down so we can see some of our clone options. I want you to note that we're painting on a normal blend mode, and we are going to paint on all the channels, the red, the green, the blue, and the alpha. You can paint just on RGB or alpha. And the duration is set to constant. You'll understand what that means as soon as we get started. So let's get started painting. When you paint, you want your magnification to be set at 100%. So go to the lower left corner of the layer viewer, change it to 100%, and I'm going to press the space bar and click and drag to get back over to the left side here. The way the clone stamp tool works, you need to press Option to choose where the pixels are being sampled from. So hold Option and click, and then let go of Option, and now when I start painting, you'll see a plus symbol that shows me where I'm sampling those pixels from. Now notice I just painted one section of this. That's because I don't want one big stroke going around because of all the varying shades of blue. So sometimes it makes sense to do multiple strokes. So this time I'll sample from over here, Option click, and then paint the upper portion. On this side, I'm going to Option click and just paint this last portion. Notice in the timeline here, my current time indicator was set at 7 seconds, 23 frames. If I scroll through the layer, you can see something's happening before this time. Well, let's make the layer a little larger, and I want to scroll up here and collapse this section right here called Clone 3. Let's collapse it. We can collapse Clone 2 and Clone 1, because notice this actually determines whether the paint stroke is really there. What we need to do is make this the entire length of the comp. An easy way to do this is to select all 3 clone stamp layers and click on the left edge of one of them and bring it all the way to the front of the composition. I'm going to press Home to move my current time indicator to the start of the composition, and let's expand Clone 3 so you can see what you can do with the clone stamp tool. If I select Clone 3, here, let me bring my viewer up here a little bit more. I'm going to press the space bar so we can focus on this one brush stroke. Now, I'm going to scroll down so we can see Clone 3. Okay. In here, notice it's actually created a path, and you can see that path in my layer viewer. I could animate the start or the end of that path, so you can actually animate the stroke. We could adjust the diameter, the angle, the hardness, all these brush options that we had in the brushes panel, we could change after the fact. So this is really, really cool. The rest of these options are pretty straightforward, but the one down here I want to point out is clone time shift. This is fascinating because you can sample from earlier or later frames in the timeline. For example, if I was painting a brush stroke at 1 second, I could option click, and when I paint, I could be sampling from 1 second earlier. So frame 0 could be painting on frame 1 as I'm using the clone stamp tool. I think that's pretty cool. Another thing to be aware when you have the clone strokes selected in the timeline, if you come back up and start painting again, that stroke will be replaced. So it's really important that we scroll up and just select layer 1, or as a matter of fact, double click layer 1 to make sure that the layer panel is active. Now we can continue painting paint strokes, but let's expand our layer viewer here and just scrub, and you can see now that one hair is completely gone out of our scene, just gone. By all means, you can feel free to retouch some other areas as you identify them, but let's press the space bar and drag over to the right side of our viewer. Up here, this is the area that I want to show you a different technique to dealing with. So move your current time indicator down to around 8 seconds 1 frame. Notice the blade of our turbine is overlapping the piece of dirt. Here, let's expand our paint panel again. We can't paint with a constant duration because it's going to paint over the blade. See, if I use page up and page down to step through the frames, notice that would be problematic. So what we need to do is go through and set a duration of single frame. Now with single frame set, you want to paint anytime you think the blade is getting close to our dirt. So if we say page down, right here, I definitely want to paint this. So I'm going to option click right on the blade, and then when I go to paint up here, I'm going to paint over that area. Now I can option click and paint here as well just to get rid of that. Now that looks pretty good. If we page up, you can see there's before, and there's the next frame, page down. Now, if we page down again, you could see we still have to do some clone stamping. So let's option click and fix that. And again, I'm going to option click on the blade and just extend it a little more. Now that one didn't line up, so I'm going to Command Z to undo and give it one more shot. Option click and okay. Let's undo that last time and we'll try one last time. Okay, there we go. So I could option click and make the paintbrush a little smaller to deal with this one edge, but you get the idea. You can be very precise in the paint. So now as I page up and page down, notice I've got the blade going over and my dirt is appearing and disappearing. What do you do about all the other frames? I don't want to have to repaint each one of these frames. So what you do is move your current time indicator to the last time the turbine blade crossed the dirt. So here, what I'm going to do is set my duration to constant, and I'm going to option click and paint this one area. Now, if we look in the timeline here, I'm going to bring the timeline up. You can see with the duration set to constant, since my current time indicator was down the timeline, it's not starting till right here. Now let's look at this specific area. As we move down the timeline back to our problem area where we had the clone stamp, see this constant duration is giving me an issue. So what I need to do is trim the out point of this constant brush stroke. So here, there we go. So as you can see, even with this constant stroke, I may have to just trim this one extra frame and then paint one more with the single frame retouch. So let's option click, single frame. Okay, now as we step through, you can see it's covered and we have our constant brush stroke beforehand and our individual frames afterwards. So when you're done with your edit and all the different clone stamp strokes, if we zoom in here, notice you'll have ones that exist over very short periods of time, as well as the other ones that exist over the entire length of the composition. So I definitely encourage you to follow this up by going through and retouching this one area every time the blade crosses. And I think you'll be really surprised and pleased at how fast and powerful it is to work with the clone stamp tool. If you've ever gone on location and shot some footage, I'm sure you've realized that on occasion when you get back, your clients will inevitably choose the one shot that wasn't on a tripod or had noise or some other issue with it. Well, if you're joining me from the last video, you may recognize this shot as one of those shots. If we scrub through, you can see I have some stabilization issues. This wasn't shot on a tripod, and we also have some dirt issues like dirt on the lens. Now in the last video, we did try and use the clone stamp tool to go through and paint out some of those dirty areas. So now in this video, we're actually going to deal with the stabilization issues. Now, as a general rule, if you're trying to stabilize footage that already has an effect applied to it, you should select that layer and then go up under Layer and choose Pre-Compose. Now, I want to make sure to move all the attributes into the new composition so the effects that are applied are moved into the new composition. When I click OK, now we have a clean comp for the stabilize to work with. See, now the effect in essence is being rendered prior to this composition because it's in the pre-composition. Okay, so with layer 1 selected, to apply the stabilize effect, you could either go to Effect, Distort, and choose Warp Stabilizer, or you could just go to Animation and choose Warp Stabilizer. Either way is correct, and notice the second you apply Warp Stabilizer, it will start to analyze the image. If you look in the Effects Control panel, I get a status update as to how long it's going to take for the Warp Stabilizer to analyze all the footage. What it does with the footage is determined by these following switches and groups. So let's look at Result. The first two options, we have smooth motion or no motion. Well, if it was a shot that was supposed to be on a tripod, you want to choose no motion. Now, if it's a shot where you were walking or skiing or literally moving, like a dolly shot or something, you want to choose smooth motion. Let's choose no motion. And the method, let's click on that pull down and look. We have 4 options. Position will just adjust the position of the stabilize. It won't deal with any scaling or rotation issues. So obviously the next one deals with position, scale, and rotation. The perspective option will deal with perspective issues. And subspace warp is probably what I use literally about 90% of the time. What this will do is deal with position, scale, and rotation, but it will actually warp the edges of the image and try and recreate a very stable shot on a pretty much pixel by pixel basis. So if we let go for subspace warp, you can see now, since the footage has been analyzed, it's stabilizing. The framing options are kind of fun. Click on the pull down and you can see we could stabilize the footage only. We could stabilize it and crop off any of the edges, or we could stabilize it, crop it, and auto scale, which is what I use about 90% of the time. Let's choose stabilize only and see what it looks like. See how we have these dark edges on the comp? If we load up a RAM preview, you'll notice those edges will bounce around. On your system, it may take a second to load up the RAM preview, so just be patient. Now I'm going to stop the preview from loading and just press the space bar so it plays the frames that are loaded. Now you can see the edges are moving around and we have a relatively stable turbine in the middle of the shot. Now I'm going to stop playback by pushing the space bar. Let's change the framing to stabilize and crop. And you can see now it's cropped in on the image so we don't see any of that waviness happening as it's adjusting the edges. Now, like I said, 90% of the time I use stabilize, crop, auto scale, where it'll then apply a scale, and then under auto scale, it tells you how much. Stabilize synthesize edges is really cool because this will not only stabilize the footage, but it'll analyze the footage and then recreate the edges of the image using a very similar technology to what Photoshop uses with the content aware fill. Now, I just want to use stabilize, crop, and auto scale, so we'll set it to that. If we take a peek at the advanced section, you can see we could perform a detailed analysis by just adding the selection, and then continue to refine the footage by reducing any rolling stutter ripple. This is what happens if the shutter rate on your camera is set at a level to where you'll notice kind of tearing moving through the image. So most of the time, I just leave that for automatic reduction. And then when it's finished, you can go ahead and load up another RAM preview. I'll rejoin you in a second after our stabilizer has gone through and analyzed this image. All right, now the warp stabilizer has finished doing what it needs to do to process our image. Let's go ahead and load up a RAM preview and see what the results are. All right, now again, I'm just going to press the space bar so we can watch the first couple of seconds that have been cached into the preview. And as you can see, this shot is a lot more stable. So when it comes to using the warp stabilizer, just remember, you need to pre-compose any layer that currently has effects. So the warp stabilizer has, quote unquote, a clean piece of footage to start building the stabilize on. Then it's just a question of pulling through the menus and deciding exactly how you want to scale the image, crop the image, or just how detailed you want your stabilization to be. In this video, we're going to cover the basic process behind keying. We're not going to actually do any specific keying just yet. It's important to understand exactly how everything works before we start clicking on buttons and checking things out. So the general idea behind keying is to take some footage that's shot on a specific color and eliminate that color from the background so that you can put your talent over top of anything. You could make them appear in Hawaii or put them over a graphic background, whatever you want. Now, if we look at our comp right here, let's select layer 1. The first thing I want you to notice is this mask. Usually in the process of keying, you'll start off by creating a garbage mask where you can eliminate any unwanted areas in the scene. Now, if you look on the right side here, I can see the edge of the stage. Based on the angle how this was shot, that happened. Now, as long as the talent didn't cross over that area, we could just as easily remove that by using what's called a garbage mask. So this is a mask that we applied to remove any extra information, otherwise known as garbage. Okay, now let's enable the mask by pressing M on our keyboard with layer 1 selected and changing the mode to add. Okay, now that's part of the process. But if we go to the effects controls, you can see I've already applied an effect. Now in After Effects, if we go to Effects, under Keying, you can see there are a couple different key options. There's one for a color key where you could actually key out any color that's in the background. Now, the most common colors for keying are green screen and blue screen keying. The most powerful keyer inside of After Effects, in my opinion, is the key light filter. So that's why I applied this one. Now, I've already gone through kind of making some adjustments. So when I select this, you can see I've got a decent key that's pulled out of the background. This could be an amazing key if it weren't for one tiny thing, and that just has to do with the video codec, which this is the perfect video to actually talk about that. When footage is shot for keying, there are two things that are really important. The first thing, the person that's shooting the footage needs to understand the basic principles for shooting green screen footage. You want to make sure the talent's not too close to the background, otherwise they get too much green on their skin. Also, the camera. You can't or you shouldn't use a camera that is highly compressed. If you notice, the footage that we're working with is H.264. Now that's just compressed so it could download easily with the exercise files. Typically when I pull a key, I want to use some footage like Apple ProRes or Avid DNx HD or just a lossless codec in general. That way I have all of the information, so when we go to eliminate a certain color, then we're good to go in terms of being able to pull a nice key. Now this is a pretty darn good key considering we're dealing with an H.264 source. So long story short, the process of keying involves masks, using a filter such as key light, and then of course having a base knowledge of the actual technical specifications behind the footage you're working with. Whether you create a garbage mask at the beginning of the process or after the process of keying is really up to you. I personally like to get everything cut out of the scene that I'm not dealing with so I know exactly what's left to use for my key. If you're unfamiliar with the term garbage mask, all it is the process of creating a mask to cut out any extemporaneous elements that you don't want in your scene. So if we look at our video clip here, let's select layer 1 and turn the visibility off. You can see I have a graphic background that I want my talent over, and I have 2 shades of green. This is basically the edge of the stage. Now, if we scroll out, you can see there's a slight black line all the way around this as well. So we're going to create a mask that just goes around her, making sure to cut this element out and this black line out. All right, so let's scroll back up here, and I'm actually going to choose fit up to 100% just so I can see all of the edges of my comp. Okay, now if you go up to the tool panel, let's click and hold. We can just choose the rectangle tool. You could choose the pen tool if you want to manually click around, but I like to start wide and then work my way in. So with the rectangle tool, make sure you have layer 1 selected, and let's click in the upper left-hand corner and drag down to the lower right. Now, we don't want to go this far because we want to cut out that light green area, the edge of the stage. And there we go. We've created our garbage mask. Now, some people would call this finished, but what I would do is scrub through the timeline with your current time indicator and make sure that the talent doesn't move outside the edges of your mask. There's nothing worse than having your talent move outside the edge and their shoulders cut off or something like that. One of the things I like to do is actually bring my mask in a little bit so I have less to deal with in the process of keying. Even though this is a beautiful, flat, evenly lit key, it's kind of fun to just pinch in the edges a little bit. So let's select our mask on layer 1 just by clicking on mask 1 and go up to our pen tool in the tool panel. If you hover over one of the lines with the pen tool, you'll get the plus symbol. So just click on one of the edges here. I'm going to pinch this in right about neck height. So here, let's click here, and we'll do the same thing on the right side. Let's just click there. Okay, now I'm going to grab my selection tool, and if you shift click the 4 top points here, just by holding down shift and clicking, we'll have all 4 points selected. The reason I'm doing this, sometimes it's easier to just use transform controls to move your points. Obviously, we could click on the points and move them in side by side, but with the points selected, if you press Command T or Control T on the PC, you can then click on one of the edges and start to drag in. Now, as I drag in on the Mac, I'm going to hold Command. On the PC, it would be Control, and just sort of pinch the edges in a little bit. Now, when it's set the way you like, you can press Return or Enter on your keyboard. I'm just going to slide these over to the right a little bit since the angles of her shoulders are set up this way. Now when I press Enter, I have my garbage mask. And again, it's really important to scrub through the scene and make sure she doesn't go off the edges of the mask. And now as I'm looking at this, I realize, yes, we have the edges in, but remember there was that black line all the way around the scene? If we move our mouse over the canvas and scroll out here, you can see it a little more clearly. So let's click on the lower right corner of the mask and then shift click on the lower left. And we can just click and drag this up just to crop this one edge off. Now, with our mask actually set, let's deselect the mask for a quick second. And now we can select our talent and actually just move her and the mask slightly down off the scene. Now, when we key this, we'll go ahead and position her properly within the scene, but I just want to start by moving her just a little bit off the edge of the canvas. So in summary, with garbage masks, you want to make sure that you don't crop in on your talent and have them get cut off in a funny place, but also you want to make sure to cut out any extemporaneous elements that you won't need in your scene. If we look at our project, you'll notice we have a piece of green screen footage that already has a garbage mask applied and a graphic background that we want this footage to exist on top of. So the next thing we can do is actually generate a green screen key. Now the effect I like to use for this most is key light. So let's select layer 1, go up to effect, keying, and choose key light 1.2. When you look at key light, sometimes the first time it might seem a little overwhelming. I'm just going to take you through the key areas that I use about 90% of the time to generate successful keys. The first thing I want you to pay attention to is the screen color. If you click on the eyedropper to the right of the color well, you can click in the green area. When I clicked, if you zoom up to 100% magnification and use the spacebar to move around in the scene, you can see I have some noise here. As I key, I will constantly zoom out and zoom in just so I can see exactly what I'm working with at 100% magnification and compare it to the wide version. Also, another thing that will toggle a lot is this view option. So let's go up there right now in the key light filter at the top, click on the pull down menu where it says final result. Let's go to screen matte. Now screen matte shows me the result of the key that I've generated. After you sample your green color, if you click and drag on the gain, you can control exactly how much of that green you want to add or how little. So this is looking at the variance from the sample color. So if we crank this up a little bit, here let's do around 104, that's sampling more variable versions of the green. Now, to look at the result, let's look at final result. If we scrub the balance here, you can see here I'm getting the dreaded color bleed where it goes up into people's skin tone and things like that. So a lot of times I'll leave the balance alone until I go through these next steps. Let's go ahead and undo, Command-Z. So let's change the view from final result to screen matte. The reason I want to look directly at the screen matte, that's usually the next area I go to. So if we go down to the screen matte group and open its options, the first two options are probably the most important. The first one, clip black. If you move around the scene just by holding the space bar and panning around, you might see a little bit of noise. It's probably hard to see, but I can see a little bit here. So I'm going to click and drag on the clip black area, and notice if I drag it too far, it starts clipping up into my mask, which is not what I want. Let's set this to a number around 4, just a very small amount of clip. Now, clipping white will help deal with the white areas in here. So let's click and drag this down, and as I drag down, it's clipping more of the gray pixels until it gets to the black area. So we could set this around 83, okay? Now let's look at the final result. We go up to the view and change final result here in the key light. Now let's scroll out and look at our scene. Let's actually load up a RAM preview. I'm going to press 0 on my keypad to load that up. And let's just load up a few seconds and then press the space bar so it can roll through. Okay, this is looking relatively okay, but if we stop playback here, notice she looks a little washed out in comparison to this heavily saturated background. So a lot of times I'll end up doing color correction to the footage after it's keyed. If we collapse the screen matte area, go down to foreground color correction, expand its options, and let's scroll here and then enable our color correction. When we enable that, we can make some tweaks to our final results. So here, I'm liking the saturation. I just want to up the contrast a little bit. So a lot of times with keying, I find if you just click and drag on a parameter, you can scrub until you get a result that you like. Now, I tend to like my images a little punchy, so I'm going to bring the contrast up to around 10. Now, as I'm doing that, I'm noticing the saturation of her skin tone is getting a little much, a little unrealistic, so I'll bring the saturation down just a tiny bit. And like I said, you can drag with these to your individual taste. This is what I like. If we scroll up to 100% magnification and kind of scrub through here in the timeline, you can see I've got this sort of light edge. So it's not uncommon that I go from the foreground color correction to the edge color correction. So let's expand the edge color correction group and enable edge color correction. Now, I'm looking at this, and this is a light color, so I'm going to start by just adjusting the brightness down. So if you click on the brightness and drag it down, as I'm dragging, you may get a downsample of the adaptive resolution. That's okay. When you let go of your mouse, it will pop back up in terms of resolution. Now let's toggle the results. If I disable and re-enable, you can see I've definitely cleaned up the edges of my key just by using edge color correction. To recap, if I zoom out in my scene here, you can see I have a pretty decent key. And that was created by going through a rather simple process in Keylight to get started. First, you sample the color, adjust the screen gain, and then jump down into the screen matte area where you can clip the black and white levels while looking at the screen matte version of the view. Once you're set with that, you can go back to your final result and then make your adjustments with your foreground and edge color correction. It just so happens that I did all of my color correction within Keylight, which is part of the reason why I love using Keylight. But that does not mean you can't go back up to the effects controls and look at some of these other options under key or matte to make adjustments to your key or the matte we created by pulling the key with Keylight. Now we're starting off inside of Photoshop because obviously a lot of times when you create graphics, you'll probably want to start the design in Photoshop. It does a very good job of creating graphics, and I think you'll be amazed how well integrated the communication between After Effects and Photoshop is. So let's look at what we have here. First thing, at the top layer, we have an adjustment layer. If I turn its visibility on, you could see it's a black and white layer. That's just there in case the client wanted a black and white version. So we'll turn that off. And you can see we have editable text. I can see that because I have the little text layer there. And we have editable text down here. We have a shape layer, which is this black bar right there. And then we have layers within layers. So we have each group of these 3 solar panels. So we have 2 groups of 3. And the next layer down, these are just painted pixels. So we have the Washington panel and then the Oregon panel, which when we select those, notice we have a multiply blend mode and a vivid light blend mode and different opacities for each layer. Now down here, we have a layer that has a shape and a mask. So if we disable the mask, I'm just shift clicking on this little thumbnail. That'll disable the mask. You can see the full size of the shape. Now I'll just click back on the thumbnail to re-enable it. We do have layer styles applied to a lot of these, a lot of outer glow and stroke. And then our bottom layer here, this is an Illustrator file that was placed inside of Photoshop. So it's a smart object. And this too has an effect over top of it. Now, let's jump into After Effects so we can import this. I'm just going to double-click inside the project panel and navigate in your exercise files to the footage folder. In the Photoshop folder, you should find solarpanels.psd. Now, let's not import this as footage. Let's import this as a composition, retain layer sizes. That way, it'll be easier to animate. Make sure Photoshop sequence is not selected and click Open. Now, in this next menu, we have one more chance to change our mind if we didn't want to choose composition retain layer sizes. But the big option you want to check here is make sure that your layer styles remain editable. For some reason, if you wanted to flatten that layer, you could merge the layer style down. But since we're doing color overlay and stroke and outer glow and things like that, those are pretty straightforward layer styles. So let's leave those editable and click OK. We've imported our composition. You can see we have all of our layers in our layer folder in the project panel. And if we double click our composition, it's open here. And it is 1280 by 720 and it's 5 seconds because that was the length of the last composition we had created. Now let's look closely at our layers. If we start at the top, we do have a black and white layer, and if you turn on its visibility, sure enough, it makes the layer black and white. So if we go to Window and open our effects controls, you can see we do have our effect, and it has remained completely editable. Let's disable black and white for now and continue looking through what we have. Well, high population of sunlight, okay. Well, if we open layer 2, notice yes, the layer styles came across. We still have a drop shadow, and we still have our outer glow. And if we open the options for each one, they are fully editable. Drop shadow as well. But if you notice, the text is not coming across as text. Now, this is one of my favorite features when I'm working with the integration between Photoshop and After Effects. It's the fact that you can go up to the layer menu And if it was text inside of Photoshop, you can say convert to editable text inside of After Effects. Now when we choose that and we open the layer, you can see we have text here and we have our full text group and all of our animators. So you can convert text layers into editable text. One more time, let's select layer 3, go up to layer, and choose convert to editable text. All right, now let's look at the black bar. Notice it did come across, since it was a shape layer, it did come across with a mask. And if you press M, we do have a mask path that's on here. Let's open up its options and notice we have layer styles. Our stroke came across and it's editable as well. All right, let's keep going. We have our pre-composed layers. Notice they are pre-composed. So group layers, layers of layers inside of Photoshop, come across as pre-compositions. When we select the Washington panel or the Oregon panel, the blend modes have transferred. If we press T to open their opacities have transferred. So I think you're seeing that the integration between Photoshop and After Effects is really flexible. The last thing I want to point out is this southwest area. Notice if we press M, there is no mask. If we turn the visibility off and on, it's definitely a layer, and it did bring its layer styles across. But the mask, if we jump back to Photoshop here, this layer mask was applied on import. So that did not come across as editable, but it was applied to the layer. So to sum up, I think you can see how integrated Photoshop and After Effects is. So the next time you have to create some complicated graphics, don't sit in After Effects trying to recreate it with masks and all kinds of other things. Just jump over to Photoshop, save it as a layered document, and import it as a comp, and you can retain the layer sizes. Now in this movie, we're going to cover how to get your layered Illustrator documents into After Effects. So if you navigate in your exercise files folder to the footage folder, in the Illustrator folder, go ahead and double-click on Kinetico 01. This document I've already prepared for import into After Effects, but I want to show you exactly what I've done. First thing, whenever you have live editable type inside of Illustrator, if you want to bring that in and edit it as shapes, what you should do is select the type layer and then go up under type and say create outlines. Now I've taken things to the next step by taking each individual letter and putting it on its own layer. This way I can animate each one of these layers. After Effects will recognize the top of the layer hierarchy. So to illustrate my point, let's select the top O layer and just create a new layer. Now I'm going to click on the O layer and shift click on the E layer so all 3 layers are selected. Now we can drag them and drop them up into layer 20 till you see this hand. When you let go, you can see that the layers have been dropped in. Let's rename layer 20 ECO with capital letters. Now these letters will be imported as one layer inside of After Effects. I've brought each one of these shapes into one layer and named it blue, and as you can see, it's one shape. Before I save a file to go into After Effects from Illustrator, I like to go up under File and say Save As and save a copy or a different name. Because of the process of putting these on separate layers, I'd still like to be able to get the other version of the file. So I'm going to name this Kinetico 01_AE. That way I know it's ready to import into After Effects. Now there's another reason I'm saving this as a different name, and that's because I have multiple project files in your exercise files that are referencing this Kinetico 01 Illustrator file. So just understand that if you're editing with this, you do want to save it as a different name. Okay, now let's click Save, and we can leave Create PDF Compatible File selected and just click OK. Now, if we jump into After Effects, you can just double-click in the project panel to open up the import document. Now, if you're not already there, just navigate through your exercise files in the footage folder under Illustrator, and there's our Kinetico 01_AE file. Now, when we import this, if we import it as footage, it'll be flat. So this time I want to choose Composition. Make sure this button is not selected, just in case layers have numbers. Sometimes this can foul things up. All right, when we click Open, Notice the document is imported as a comp. We can double-click the document and it'll open our comp window and our layer timeline. And as you can see, if we open the folder in the project panel, each one of the layers has been brought in as its own Illustrator file that we could drag to other comps. Okay, now let's close that. Now let's look at the layers. As you can see, Eco has been brought in all as one layer. Now, another great thing about After Effects CS6, you can convert your Illustrator shape layers into actual shape layers inside of After Effects. So let's select our blue layer 12. I'm going to turn the visibility off and back on. Okay, blue layer 12. If you go up to the layer menu, you can go down to create shapes from vector layer. Once you do that, notice now the blue layer has been turned off. And if you scroll up to the top of the timeline, sure enough, I have a shape layer. Now I can open up the options for the shape layer and you can see each individual piece has been brought in as its own group. And yes, I can add animators to this layer and animate it like a shape layer. So as you can see, layer hierarchy is extraordinarily important when it comes to importing your Illustrator documents into After Effects. Also, if you want to bring them in as separate layers, make sure to import them as a composition. Now, Adobe Premiere and Adobe After Effects do communicate extraordinarily well together. The two main ways of sending files or projects back and forth are dynamic link and importing. So for example, from inside of After Effects, I can import a Premiere Pro sequence or I can connect to a sequence via dynamic link. And there is a slight difference. I will definitely show you that as we go through this video. So to get started, let's go to our exercise files folder and under footage, go to the 06 Premiere folder and open the Eco Edit Premiere project. Let's preview our sequence. I'm just going to click in the timeline to make it active and press the spacebar. So as you can see, I have an edit here. It's a short edit, but it's an edit. I have multiple video clips and an audio clip. There is a cross dissolve. And this second clip, if we right click and go to speed duration, you can see it's set to reverse speed. I'm just going to click OK. Anytime from within Premiere, you can highlight a section within a sequence and right click and say, replace with After Effects composition. Now, that's not what I want to do because it will send all the files over to After Effects, but then there's going to be a dynamic link between the two, meaning anytime I wanted to make any changes to this edit, I would have to go back to After Effects because I replaced this section with an After Effects project. Now, most of the time when I'm creating graphics and I'm integrating Premiere, it goes the other way. I create a Premiere edit and I just import that edit into After Effects and there's no link back and forth. I just bring it in and then I can continue working natively inside of After Effects. So let's jump into After Effects and then I can show you the different ways to import Premiere projects. If you go to File, there is an option for dynamic link, and in here, if I say Import Premiere Pro Sequence, I can navigate through my exercise files to that sequence we were just looking at, and it would bring it in as a flattened composition. That's not what I want, because then again, if I wanted to edit this, I'd have to go back to Premiere. What we want to do is under the File menu, go up to Import. Now under Import, choose Adobe Premiere Pro Project. Let's navigate in our exercise files. In the footage folder, we have a Premiere folder. In there, I have my Eco Edit. So let's click Open, and it's going to give me the option. If I had multiple sequences, I could bring them all in. Since I only have one, I'm going to choose that one, Eco Edit. Now, you could choose to import the audio or not. Since I did have the audio, I'm going to go ahead and import it. So if we click OK, notice now we have a composition inside of our After Effects project. It does have our audio file as well as the two video files that we edited. Now let's see what came across. If we double click the Eco Edit project, first thing you may notice, this looks slightly squashed or distorted. If you click this button to the left of the fast preview button right here, that will adjust for the pixel aspect ratio. So if we look at our sequence settings, notice it's set to 960 by 720. If I open it up by right-clicking and saying Composition Settings, in here you can see the pixel aspect ratio is for HDV DVC Pro, so it's not a square pixel aspect ratio. Let's click OK. If you look at our comp, you can see I have all the edits, and if I select layers 1 through 3 and press U to open up any animation, you can see my cross dissolve came through, as well as this little area right here. Notice the line is red. Well, if I select that layer and go up under layer, under time, look at the time stretch section. In here, you can see it's set to -100, meaning it's playing backwards. So cancel. All right, so as you can see, I've brought this in. Now, in bringing this in, I'm still referencing these QuickTime files in my folders. So if I right-clicked on the video source, I could say Reveal in Finder or Reveal in Windows Explorer, and it would take me to my video folder where I have everything organized. This is yet another reason why you want to keep your projects organized in a very organized fashion. That way, when you're in all these different projects, you always know where your footage is. Now, let's jump back into After Effects. So that being said, we could continue editing this inside of After Effects, apply filters, what have you. All of this footage is saved here in After Effects, and it's completely separate from that Premiere Pro sequence. We just imported the sequence, and since Premiere references the QuickTime files off the drive, After Effects can do the same thing. It's just we brought in all of the editing that we had done from Premiere. So yes, Premiere and After Effects are pretty well integrated. The camera tracker inside of Adobe After Effects is nothing short of amazing. It can analyze the footage and recreate a camera inside of After Effects to replicate the camera that you actually shot the footage with. This way, you can insert any elements that you've created into the scene and make it look like they were actually there. To get started, let's look at our footage. I'm going to press 0 and load up a RAM preview, and you can see that I have some rather shaky footage. And I did this as kind of a proof of concept. I went out and shot this with my iPhone, and I wanted it to be shaky because I wanted to see just how powerful this camera tracker could be. So I'm going to press Home and apply the camera tracker. Now, there are multiple ways you can apply the tracker. First way, if you right-click on a layer, you can choose Track Camera. When this happens, you'll see this blue bar that pops up, and in the upper left corner of your effects control, you'll get a status update as to how the progress is going as it's analyzing the footage, trying to figure out where the camera was. You could also go up under Effect and go to Perspective and choose 3D Camera Tracker to apply one, or you could go to the Animation menu and choose Track Camera. Once this is finished analyzing what's going on in the scene, I'll jump back in here and show you what we've come up with. All right, so you can see now it's actually solving the camera. And then you'll see these little things on the screen that look like, I don't know, rainbow bright crosshairs. They're really cool because they actually track pieces of data in the scene based on where they are in relation to the camera. So for example, if I scrub through my timeline, notice how all of these little elements stay where they supposedly were created within the scene. I know it's a little jarring as I keep moving my mouse over these crosshairs because you keep seeing this big red target looking thing. And that's exactly what this is. It's a target. So as we move throughout the scene, here let me zoom in so you can see it a little more clearly. Notice I have a triangle that gets created as I'm moving around. What After Effects is doing is triangulating between at least 3 points to create an angle or a plane that we could use as reference for placing elements in the scene. So if I zoom back out here, let's see if we can place something a little over here on the left-hand side. Notice between these 3 points, this is exactly what I'm looking for. The target is aligned with the edge of the ground, and it looks like it's accurate in terms of its angle. You can choose to activate crosshairs just by moving your mouse, or if you left-click and drag, you can actually select a bunch of crosshairs. Notice I'm drawing a lasso like that. Notice the more I select, the more it gives me some different perspectives. Here, let's choose over here in the lower right. I'm going to drag a lasso around all these, and you can see, okay, that's quite not what I'm looking for, right? So if you want to deselect some of the points, You can hold down Command or Control on the PC, and as you deselect points, you can use that to figure out, okay, am I getting closer, closer, closer? You get the idea. As you deselect, you can get closer or further away, heaven forbid, from what you're looking for. Honestly, as I move my mouse around, you can see, okay, I think the 3-point versions are what's going to give me the most accurate track. So let's come back over here to these 3 points and right-click. Now, when you right-click, you have some options. The first 4 options are highlighted here, or we could delete the selected points. Well, I definitely don't want to delete these. So let's look at these 4 options. The first one, we can create text and a camera. This is what we're going to do right now, so you can see exactly what it's like when you insert an element in the scene. But these other 2, solid in camera and null in camera, these are just kind of personal preference. I like working with solids because I can set the interactivity between the solid and the background layer and get a better idea as to what's going on in the scene. But some people like using a null in a camera because null objects are very flexible and you don't have to worry about whether they get rendered into the scene if you want to render what you're looking at. This last one, shadow catcher in camera and light, we'll get to that later on in the chapter, but basically it's when you're trying to create a 3D composite and really make something look like it's in the scene. So for right now, let's choose Create Text in Camera. Notice we have text in the scene and it's been placed, and look in our composition. We have a camera and we have text. All right, well, let's select the camera and press the U key. And notice I have just a few keyframes. There's position, orientation, and zoom. Now what's interesting is I'm looking at the zoom, you can see when we scrub, check it out, the zoom parameter is never changing. That has to do with the setting we used in the camera tracker by default. So if we select layer 3 and come back up under the camera tracker, look at the shot type option. When I click on the pull down, it's set for a fixed angle of view. This is great because it already figured out that I was using a camera that had a lens that was at a fixed focal length. If you were using a zoom lens, After Effects would have probably switched to variable zoom. If it didn't, you could always come here and specify that. And then this last one is to specify an angle of view if you know that the scene just doesn't look quite right in terms of what you're looking at. You could specify the angle of view if you wanted to save some time. You could just choose the angle of view for your individual lens. I'll show you how to figure out your own angle of view later on in the chapter. So let's select our text here, and as you can see, it has an anchor point. Now, if we press U on the text layer, notice there are no keyframes. There are no keyframes because all of the position data is determined by our camera in the scene. Notice since layer 1 is inhabiting 3D space, as we scrub through the timeline, it looks like it's stuck in the scene. Now this text is rather large for what I'm looking for, so let's double click on the text layer and open up our character control panel. In here we could change the size down a little bit. Let's change it to around 10 pixels, that's great. And I'll deselect just by clicking down in the bottom of the timeline, reselect layer 1 and press R for rotation and orientation. We just need to flip this up on its x-axis. So we can change the x rotation to 90 and press tab, and now it's flipped up in the scene. And since it is kind of off at a slight angle here, we can look at adjusting the Y rotation and the Z rotation. There we go. Okay. Now that it looks like it's a little closer into the scene in terms of what we're looking at, it's sitting over the rock. If you want to move this to a different point, don't move the position. Press A to select your anchor point, because that way our point that was tracked will stay in its place, and if we just slide on the x-axis, we can move our text out of the way. Let's see what we've got in our scene. I'm going to press Home and 0 on the keypad to load up a RAM preview. Let's hit the spacebar just so we can see the first couple seconds. And as you can see, this is tracked remarkably well. And obviously, we haven't added any shadows or texture or color or anything like that for the time being. But this is stuck in the scene and it is moving quite nicely. There's one last little thing we could do for polish. If we stop playback here, you can select layer 1 and enable motion blur. If you click on that switch in the timeline and then make sure it's enabled here in the top of the timeline, we can press Home to move our playhead to the beginning and press 0 to load up a RAM preview. Okay, I think that's enough. I'm going to hit the space bar so we can check it out. And now you can see there's motion blur. I don't know about you, but I think that looks pretty cool, even if our text literally just says text. In this video, we're going to use the camera tracker to track our desk here. And this scene is going to be a little different than the previous video because in this scene, the camera was actually locked down on a tripod. That gives After Effects a slightly different bit of math to figure out. So to show you what I'm talking about, let's go ahead and apply the camera tracker to our layer. Now in the last video, we just right-clicked on the layer and said track camera. But this time, let's go up to animation and choose track camera. There's always more than one way to do things in After Effects. If we look in our effects controls, you can see that the footage is being analyzed. Now, since we already went over some of this in the previous video, let's jump down to the advanced section. Here under the solve method, After Effects usually does a really good job of guessing exactly which method to use, and that's why most of the time I just leave it on auto detect. But sometimes it's wise to just click on the pull down and choose one of these options. So typical is the very first option, and that's usually what After Effects ends up using as long as your camera's kind of moving throughout a 3D scene. If you shot a scene that's primarily a bunch of flat surfaces, you want to choose mostly flat scene. Since our shot specifically had a camera on a tripod and it was literally just panning, let's choose that option. A lot of times when footage is being analyzed, if you choose a different method from what it's using currently, it may start the analysis again. But even so, a lot of times when it figures out the analysis, even if it starts it again, it's not really always starting all the way over. It really doesn't delay it that much longer. Notice down here in the advanced section also, since the track has been worked out, the average error is 0.65. The smaller this number, the more accurate your tracks are going to be. If this number isn't something that's satisfactory to you, you can always select detailed analysis and let it go at it again. Let's hover our mouse around some of these points and see, whoa, okay, so the target is huge, first off, which leads me to believe that there's something funky going on with the scene. Secondly, notice how the target is perfectly flat to the camera. Well, that's because with the tripod, there is no actual depth being created. See, all of these points, imagine like a string attached to the end of your camera, attached to one of these points. That distance is always going to be the same. When you're panning, you're not changing the distance from the lens. You're just changing the orientation to that point. So After Effects feels no need to actually create 3D from this. I know you're thinking to yourself, well, how am I going to get an object in the scene without 3D data? Well, I can tell you it's not that bad. Once you actually tie your graphic to a point, you can actually orient it rather easily yourself. But let's move around and see if we can't figure out the issue with our target. I could just crank the target size down, but it's so rare that the target takes over the screen like this. Let's click through some of the menus and see if we can figure things out. Let's start by the shot type. If you click on the pull down, it was correct in the fixed angle of view, but let's see if we specify the angle of view if we get any better results. This angle of view is set to 8.8, and I'm pretty sure I don't have a camera that shoots at 8.8 in terms of its angle of view. So to figure out what my lens was, I'm just going to go up to Layer, choose New, and Camera. And in the camera settings here, I'm going to go to the focal length and type in my lens. I know I shot this with an 85mm lens. So when I type that in, I get 23.91 degrees. So I'm going to cancel here. And under angle of view, I'm going to say 23.91. And when I press Tab, now notice it quickly resolved the scene. And hey, check it out. When I hover my mouse, now you can actually see the target. And also, when you see the target, at the bottom, it gives you the same note I explained earlier. There's no depth from a tripod pan solve. That is perfectly okay. Let's scrub through our scene so we can see exactly how this is panning over the desk. And you notice there are some points that are there, and then there are some points that actually disappear. So let's choose one of these points over here on the left. Let's choose this green point. I'm just going to choose one, right-click, and say Create Solid in Camera. Now when we do that, we have our camera. If you press U with the camera selected, you can see position, orientation, and zoom. As we scrub through, you can see the zoom never changes. Now, our layer solid. Let's select Track Solid 1 and press Shift-Command-Y to open up the solid settings. I want to set this to about 200 by 200. Now when I click OK, I have a better idea as to the perspective of my solid. Just so I can see through the scene, I'm going to press T to open up its opacity and set it down to around 50%. Let's press R to open up the rotation and orientation. Let's click and drag on the X orientation. Let's drag it to the left so we can see if we can match up the orientation of the table. After we do the X, let's click and drag on the Z. Now what I'm trying to line up is this seam here and this seam here. If we scroll in a little bit to the magnification and press the space bar, you can see this line and this line are not quite parallel. See, we need to scrub the Z orientation and the X orientation to actually get it oriented to its proper angle. Okay, there we go. And here, let's scrub one more time. Okay, this is starting to look a little better. Let's zoom back out. There we go. Now, if we scrub through the scene, you should notice that the solid and the video are moving in conjunction with each other. If you're not, definitely make sure you're in draft mode and move your playhead back and just load up a RAM preview. Now, with this RAM preview, you should notice that our layer solid is stuck to the table just as solidly as the yellow sticky notes that were sitting there in the first place. And as this loads, you'll see there is hardly any drift. I'm going to stop playback here for a second and just watch it in real time. And as you can see, it's kind of stuck solid to the table, which is exactly what we're looking for. Yes, we only used 1 point. I'm going to stop playback there, but it still was able to get the job done. Now, in our next video, we're going to focus on the 3D element that we will then in turn end up compositing back into the scene. Now, just to show you the scene one more time, let's switch the magnification to fit up to 100%. And as we scrub through here, you can see that this element isn't ever going to fully end up in the scene. I don't want you to panic. You can make adjustments to this, even though this is applied to that one track point. If you press A to open up the anchor point, here we can scrub the anchor point on the X-axis and actually have it slide around on the table. And even as we scrub through, you can see that it's still going to be stuck to the table perfectly well without any drift. To add true depth to your objects in After Effects, you need to extrude them. And there are 2 kinds of objects you can extrude in After Effects. The first one being shape layers, and the second one being text objects. So if we look at our composition here, you can see I have 3 layers. If we toggle on and off the visibility, you can see exactly which layer is what object. Now, notice these are Illustrator files. If I click on the word eco and open up its options, I only have the transform options. This is not live editable text, but a graphic. I wanted to start from this point because it's pretty common to get sent an Illustrator file and be asked to animate it. Also, one of the great things about the integration between Illustrator and After Effects is the fact that you can convert any Illustrator layer into a shape layer. So let's select layer 3 and go up under layer to choose create shapes from vector layer. When we do that, notice the visibility of layer 4 has turned off and we have shape outlines. Now, just for good housekeeping sake, let's enable Shy on the shape layer and then turn on our Shy guy in the top of our timeline. With that original layer hidden, I want to now enable 3D on all of these layers. So let's go to the switches panel and click and drag across all of the layers to enable 3D for all of them. Let's open up some of the options for these layers. If you expand layer 3, notice I have my material options. And if we open the transform options, I have the normal XYZ options. Okay, that's well and good. With the shape layer, if we open that up, you can see I do have all my options for each shape. Notice I have paths and fills, and if we zoom in here, you can see it's drawn a path for each individual shape on the layer. All right, now let's collapse our shape layer and notice the transform options here, normal XYZ things. We really won't get the extrude option until we change our renderer. So let's go to the upper right corner of the comp viewer and click on the classic 3D button. This will take us to the composition settings in the advanced tab. And under here, we can click on the pull down for the renderer. So let's change it from classic 3D to ray trace 3D. Now before we click OK, watch the options here on my shape outlines. When I click OK, notice now I get the subset of options for geometry options. If I expand that group here, you can see I can control bevel, which I'll explain here in a second. The hole depth, which is the areas in between any holes, you can control how strong or loose that works. But extrusion depth is where you can actually add depth to this object. I want to show you something really quickly, but notice my scene is still trying to render. I can see that here in the comp viewer, and I can also see it with my mouse. If you press caps lock on your keyboard, it will disable the render as it's happening, and you can scroll freely up and down on your layer panel. The reason I wanted to enable this, if we scroll down to the geometry options for layer 3, here let me make the timeline a little larger. Notice in my geometry options for layer 3, I have a curve setting and segments, but I don't have any extrude options. Notice for layer 1, I have bevel and extrude options. That's the difference between a normal 3D layer in the ray trace renderer and a shape layer in the ray trace renderer. I get extra options for extrusion with shape layers. Now, while the refresh is disabled, let's just go ahead and click on extrusion depth and change it from 0 to 20. I'm going to press Enter on my keyboard to set that. Let's go back and resize our interface so the timeline is a little smaller and change the magnification back to fit to 100. Now let's click our caps lock and disable refresh so it redraws the scene. I use that key command quite a bit when I know there are just specific parameters I'm trying to change and I don't necessarily need to see anything in the scene at that point in time. Now, another way we could speed this up, if you click on your fast preview button in the lower right corner of your comp viewer, we could change this from adaptive resolution to draft or fast draft. Let's see what happens when we change it to draft. Notice it should move a lot more quickly. Also, we can change the resolution from full to auto. This will speed things up. Notice it defaulted to setting half resolution because I'm roughly at half my magnification. Okay, now let's zoom into the scene. I'm just scrolling in with my mouse and I'm going to press the space bar and click and drag so we can kind of center up this object. Notice I'm not really seeing any true dimension to this object. In order to see better dimension, let's change from one view to two views horizontal. In the top view on the left side, notice I have depth, but I'm really not getting a perspective with this depth. So what we need to do is change the left view from top to custom view 1. Now you want to make sure you're seeing these yellow triangles in the corners. That way you know that this is selected. So I'm going to click in the gray area on the left side, making sure it's active, and change to custom view 1. Now with that set up, I can scroll into my view with my mouse and press the space bar to kind of set this up. There are a number of ways that I could actually see the dimension of my extrusion. The first way is to add a light in the scene. So let's get started with that. We can go up under Layer and choose New Light. When we add a light, I'm going to add a point light. We can leave its intensity a little over 100 at 108. I do want to cast shadows because I found that that does sort of just increase the definition in what I'm looking at. And we can leave the fall off at inverse square clamped. Now let's click OK. Now it's going to take a second for the scene to re-render, but notice immediately now I can start to see the edges of my shape. Now I'm going to zoom out over my active camera here. I'm just moving my mouse over the active camera and scrolling out with my mouse. I can click on the X control handle and bring the light over towards the left side of my shape. I know I'm still not relatively close to this shape because I'm not quite seeing my control handles there. So if we zoom out in this part of the scene, I can just pull up on the y-axis and move a little closer to the shape on the z-axis from the custom view panel. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Let's zoom back into my custom view, and now you can see we have our shape. I'm not really seeing too much dimension other than my extrusion because I haven't adjusted the material options for this shape yet. So let's select our shape outlines layer and press AA to open not only the geometry options, but my material options. Notice here, I have a ton of material options, and we will get in depth with these in a later video. Right now, I just want you to focus on transparency. If we click and drag that to the right, let's increase our transparency to around 65%. I can actually start to see through my shape. If you press Shift Command H or Shift Control H on the PC, we can turn off the section boundaries or light control handles. That'll just give us a little more definition to our shape. Now there's one more thing we need to look at with extruding our shape, and then we're done. If we scroll back up here, there is an option for bevels. We have a bevel depth, but notice the bevel style is set to none. So let's click on that and change that to convex. That means the edge of this layer is going to be beveled in a slightly convex fashion. So if I zoom in a little more closely here, notice I'm getting highlights right around the sides of my shape. Since this is at 200%, it's a little jagged. But if I really wanted to see the quality of this, we could change from draft mode to off in our quick view options. So let's go ahead and turn that off and see what we've done with our extrusion. So now let's zoom out to 100%, and you can see we've successfully extruded our shape. The next steps would be dealing with the material options and actually refining the lighting. To continue on with our theme of 3D, we're going to explore how you can bend layers. So the kinds of layers you can bend inside of After Effects are Photoshop layers, Illustrator layers, and layer solids. In the 3D options for shape layers and text layers, you can extrude, but there is no option for bend. The option is literally called curvature. So to look at this, let's start by actually adding a layer solid to the scene. Go up under the layer menu and choose New, Solid. I'm going to make it the comp size by clicking the button and grab the eyedropper and choosing this turquoise color just so we match the scene. When I click OK, we have a layer solid. If we enable 3D on this layer, again, because we're in the ray traced 3D renderer, if we press AA to open up our geometry options, notice here's the setting for curvature. Let's crank this up to 100 so you can see clearly what's happening here. Now I'm going to switch to two views horizontal so you can view this from a slightly different angle to really understand exactly what's going on. As you can see here, I have this layer that's bending in the background. If I select the layer solid, notice I can't see any of the handles. That's just because in the previous video, we had pressed Shift Command H to hide all of those bounding boxes. So press Shift Command H if you can't see that. If I zoom out with my mouse wheel, here you can see the bounding box corresponds directly to the amount of the curvature. Notice the edges of this are rather jagged. Well, that's the number of segments that are created to actually create that curve. So if you click and drag on this parameter, we can increase it, and now you notice we can get a beautiful smooth curve out of the scene. Decrease the curvature of this layer, and notice as we bring the curvature down, the bounding box gets smaller. This is a very good example of seeing how curvature works. Let's just collapse layer 1, and I'm going to enable its shy just by clicking on shy and hide the layer out of the view because we're not going to be using it anytime particularly soon. Now, with our two words, let's select the word kinet. If you notice, I can already tell there's an issue because the bounding box is the entire composition size. So if we press AA to open up our geometry options, if you click and drag on the curvature, notice the curve is going to be applied starting all the way out at the edges of the composition. That's not what we want. So I'm just going to Command Z or Control Z on the PC to undo. And let's turn off the visibility for layer 5 and layer 4. What we need to do is re-import these Illustrator layers as composition's layer size. So let's double-click in the project panel and navigate through our exercise files. In the footage folder, under Illustrator, here's the Kinetico extrude Illustrator file. Now, we're not going to be extruding this, we'll just be bending. So we can choose composition, retain layer sizes, and make sure this is not selected, and click open. Now, when I click open, this is going to bring in each of these layers at their individual size. So if we double click to open the extrude to comp, notice when I select each one of these layers, now the bounding box is directly around each word. So to add this to the other comp, I'm just going to select layer 1, shift click on layer 2, and copy, Command C, and paste, Command V. Notice when I did the paste command, I had layer 7 selected, so that's where the layers were inserted above. So let's just drag these 2 layers right below layer 3, and you guessed it, since the visibility of 6 and 7 are off, we can just enable shy for those layers. Okay, now notice we can't see our 2 new layers. Well, that's because 3D wasn't enabled. So let's just click and drag down the 3D parameter to enable 3D. Now we can see the layers in our scene. And also notice in the timeline, there are no blend mode or track matte options for 3D layers inside of the ray trace renderer. So we can hide that in the timeline. Just right click in the gray area, go to columns, and disable modes. Okay, this will just give us a little bit more space in the timeline. Now to bend our layers. If you select the Eco 2 layer and press AA to open up its geometry options, we can increase its curvature just by clicking and dragging, and notice it will curve around the center point. Now what I want to do is bend both of these layers so they curve very much like this layer in the background, but across both words. If we zoom in the custom view layer, notice it may take a second to refresh. That's fine. I'm just going to drag over here so I can see the layer. Now, notice I have depth, but it hasn't really curved very much. So let's increase this curve number to around 35 and press Tab. I've added a slight curve to this, but I want the curve to start from the left edge. So in order to do that, I need to adjust the anchor point. To quickly adjust the anchor point, I'm going to select layer 4 in the timeline and press Shift and A. This will add the anchor point parameter to the other parameters that are currently open. Now, if I click and drag on the x-axis, I can move the orientation of this layer over to the left side. Now notice as I'm dragging, this number is getting close to 0. Well, the left side will be 0, so let's just click on that and change it to 0. With any layer that's selected, the 0 point is always going to be the upper left-hand corner. So when we typed 0, it automatically snapped the anchor point to the left edge, and now all we have left to do is reposition it in the scene by clicking and dragging on the X control handle. This may get very slow in terms of its refresh as we're dragging, and the way we can deal with this is by clicking and holding on our fast preview button in the lower right corner of the comp viewer and making sure that we're actually set to draft. Now once we're set to draft, it'll take a second to re-render, but you should notice the refresh being a little bit quicker. Once Eco is relatively close to our Kinect layer, it's time to do the same for Kinect. So as I'm clicking and dragging, notice I'm looking here in the active camera as well as my custom view, so I have a better idea as to their location based on what's really going to render. So to better line up the curve, select layer 4 and press R to open up its rotation and orientation. Now we can just click and drag on the Y rotation to reposition how the curve of this layer is going to line up as it gets into the word Kinect. So it looks like a value of 25 looks pretty good. Now, as I adjust Kinect, I want Eco to follow along. So I'm going to make Eco the child of Kinect. So click on the pick whip in the parent column for the Eco layer and point it towards the Kinect layer. When we select the Kinect layer in the timeline, let's press AA to open up the curvature options and increase its curvature. Just to make sure things are even, let's reselect layer 4, press AA, and make a note of the curvature settings here. Okay, so we're set at 35% here. Let's go down to layer 5 and change the curvature to 35% here. It may take a second to refresh, but once this is actually set up, what we can do is go back to our Eco 2 layer and adjust its rotation by pressing R and just increasing the rotation just a little bit more. Let's increase it to around 35. No, let's increase it to 45. Okay, now it looks like this is going to curve into this layer a little bit more. And since Eco is set up as the child of Kinect, if we did want to rotate Kinect, let's press R with Kinect selected. Notice Eco would rotate accordingly with it because it's tied together. So let's take a look at our scene by selecting our active camera and switching back to one view. And as you can see, we've definitely got a good jump on everything with our logo being bent and the background being bent, all by using the curvature settings. Now, if you're following me from the last video, I did finish repositioning these layers in 3D space so that the curve lined up a little more cleanly. In this video, we're going to focus on getting the material settings and the light settings set up properly, so when we go to insert our logo back onto the desk that we tracked at the beginning of the chapter, it'll be relatively easy to get it to match into the scene. Most of the time, if I'm trying to create an element that matches back into the scene, obviously I'd want to look at the lighting at the original scene, especially if I'm trying to make it look extraordinarily photorealistic. Since this is going to be more of a surreal scene, we don't necessarily have to do that. So I'm just going to focus on all the lighting in here right now and then worry about how it looks in the scene a little bit later. So to get started, most of the time I like to duplicate my comp and rename it so I know this is going to be the final lit comp to actually input in our scene. So let's go up to the project panel and select our Kinetico Extrude comp and just Command D or Control D on the PC to duplicate that comp. Then we can press return and rename it. So I'll call this logo underscore comp for composite and OUT, capital OUT. That lets me know this will be the comp that's going to go out. We can double click that comp to make sure that we're in that comp. And now let's get started. Okay. First thing, disable the shy button to make sure we don't have any extemporaneous layers we don't need to be dealing with. So I'm just going to collapse layer 7 here and click and draw a lasso around 8, 7, and 6 by starting down here below and then just press delete. Since we don't need those layers, we can just delete them. This cyan solid, we're going to change. A lot of times when you're creating elements where there's going to be lights and shadows, you'll need to create a layer called a shadow catcher layer. So let's start by renaming layer 1. So select layer 1, press return, and name it shadow catcher. There we go. Okay. Now let's disable shy for this layer. And since it's going to be a shadow catcher, we need to make it white and actually put it as the floor of our scene. So let's drag it to the bottom of the layer hierarchy since we want it to be underneath everything else. And press Shift Command Y, Shift Control Y on the PC, and open up the solid settings for this layer. Click in the color well for the color and just change the color to white. Click OK and then click New, even though we're not creating a new layer. That's how we'll complete this. For this to be a floor, we need to adjust the curvature back to flat. So press AA to open up the curvature options. Change the curvature to 0, and we can change our segments back to the default setting of 4. We can press R to open the orientation, and on the x-axis, let's just change it to 90 degrees. Now you notice when we hover over this blue control handle, it's the z-axis of the object. If we change the object orientation handles, you see z is pointed straight towards us. But the object is oriented this way, so let's click on the blue control handle and drag it down underneath of our logo. If you want to be really precise about how far down underneath the logo, you can change the view from the active camera to the front orthographic view. That way you can definitely take out any perspective and know that you're viewing this dead on from the front of the logo. Now I know this logo shape's a little higher than my floor layer, but I think that's relatively okay. This is going to work for now. So let's zoom back out in the scene, just scrolling with our mouse wheel, and change from the front view back to the active camera. Since it is an active camera, let's actually create a camera so we can more easily navigate the 3D environment. So go up to Layer, choose New, and Camera. We'll use the 80mm preset and then click OK. With the camera selected, we can press C to grab our camera tool and left click and just orbit up in the scene a little bit more. I want to have this slightly overhead view, so when I start casting shadows and lights, we can actually see what's happening on the floor beneath. Now, since this scene is so dark, I'm going to add another light by going up into Layer, New, and choosing Light. And instead of a point light, we'll choose Ambient Light. This will be a constant color of light that'll flood the entire scene. Let's just change the intensity down to around 40%. Now when we click OK, you can see our white layer is a lot brighter and our logo is definitely a lot brighter. Now we need to adjust material options so we can start to see some shadows and some lights. So start with our bottom layer. Press AA to open the geometry options and the material options. We don't need it to cast shadows, but I wanted to make sure that Accept Shadows and Accept Lights was selected. Okay, so we can collapse that layer. For these two layers, let's select and Shift Select and press AA again to open their material options. And even though we have two layers selected, we can make adjustments to both just by making adjustments on one. So the first thing, I want this to actually transmit light through the letters. So to do that, we need to click and drag on light transmission and crank that up to around 71%. Now any light that goes through this will actually fall on the floor below. If we go to our fast preview pull down here, let's change it from draft to adaptive resolution. This is going to give us a little bit more detail in our scene. Another thing we could look at is transparency amongst these words. So let's actually increase the transparency so they're about 50% transparent. When the light actually passes through these layers, it's going to cast a shadow as well as the light, as long as we make sure that Cast Shadows is set to on. So let's change it from off to on. Scrolling up to the top of my material options to do that. Now it's going to take a second, but boom, there we go. Now we have some shadows. And see, with shadows selected, if I zoom in here a little bit, it may take a second to redraw the scene. So hold on, I'll just wait for that. Now, as I scroll up in the scene, you can see that my shadows are definitely highlighting the fact that the letters are semi-transparent. Now let's do the same thing for our shape layer. Select the shape outlines, press AA to open up its geometry and material options, and change Cast Shadows to on. Also, while we're at it, let's click and drag on the light transmissions and drag that up as well. Let's bring that up to around 67%. Notice this is actually kind of reflecting quite a bit because of the brightness of the light that's in there and the ambient light that's set. In order to better deal with this, we have a couple different settings we can adjust. First one is the specular intensity. Anytime a light hits an object, it creates a specular highlight. Now I'm going to grab my selection tool really quick from the tool panel. As I adjust the specular intensity down here a little bit, you should notice now it's not nearly looking as blown out. And also, now you can see how the light is being projected onto our shadow catcher layer. I could sit here and continue making adjustments till the cows come home, but I think you're starting to see the relationship between how we set up a light and the material options within the individual layers. So let me zoom out here really quickly and just sort of recap everything that we've covered in this video. Let's collapse all the layers, and first thing, we created a new composition for our output. We had to create a shadow catcher layer that was white, and it's still a little small, so we'll adjust the size of this in a moment. But after we created the shadow catcher layer, then we added another ambient light into the scene to make things a little more bright. Then we went into the material options for each of the layers and made sure that we were actually casting light through the light transmission, and we adjusted the brightness of the specularity. So we're almost ready to put this in the other scene. What we need to do is just disable the camera view for the moment, because we won't need that when we get into our final scene. And we actually need to increase the size of our shadow catcher layer. And as I'm looking at it, I probably do need to have the camera view open, so as I make my adjustments, I can actually see what I'm doing. So let's open up the scale of our layer here, and I'm going to disable the proportion lock, and click and drag on the Y to make sure it's plenty wide enough, and I'll click and drag on the X. Now you can see it's catching all of the shadows, especially if I zoom out in my scene. Okay, so now that this has been set up, we're ready to start putting this into the other scene and then making our fine adjustments so things look a little bit more realistic in that environment. Using environmental layers inside of After Effects is another way that you can add a sense of realism to your 3D objects. A lot of people refer to the results of using an environmental layer as environmental mapping, which is why we're calling this environmental maps. The way it works, you can create an environment that will then in turn reflect in your three-dimensional objects. And it's a very straightforward process to creating an environmental map. You can basically turn any layer into one. To give you an example, let's double-click the project panel and navigate in your exercise files. We want to go to the footage folder, and in here, let's go to the stills folder and choose the Solar Sky JPEG. Let's open that and drag it down into our composition. Now I'm just dragging it down to the bottom above my shadow catcher just because that's where I'd like it to be. With this going in here, you can see, okay, it's got sky. If we look up here at the preview, it's got sky and solar panels and all kinds of interesting things. To make this an environmental map, what you want to do is right-click on the layer and then go up to Environmental Layer. When we select Environmental Layer, you'll get this thing that looks like a basketball icon, and that's just letting us know that this will now be used as an environmental layer. So if we open the options for Layer 7, notice we only have options. When we open that, there's an option to Appear and Reflections on, which is exactly what we want. We want the reflections to mimic this sky. But if you click that one more time, you could say Appears and Reflections Only. We didn't see it in the scene beforehand because we do have this shadow catcher layer. Since we said Appears and Reflections Only, now let's scroll in so we can see the magnification a little more closely. Now that we're closer in to the logo, let's scroll up and select our shape outlines. Press AA to open up its geometry and material options. There we go. In order to have this be seen by reflections, we need to actually add some intensity to our reflections. Notice reflection intensity is set to 0. So let's change this to about 75 and set that. If we wait for a second, you should see the reflections appearing in the sides of our shape layer. So hold on one second here and we'll let it render. Now you can see it's created a very shiny metallic look. You can decrease the sharpness if you want to blur this out a little bit, or if we orbit it around with the camera, you could see this on the face a little more clearly. Reflection roll-off is an interesting setting. You can crank this up if you want the reflection to decrease over time, sort of like shadow feathering as it moves away from an object. Now let's move on. Instead of using this environmental map for our logo, let's use one that would match our final composite. So double-click in the project panel and navigate through your exercise files, once again to the footage folder, and in here, let's open the video folder. In the video folder, there's our QuickTime that we're going to have on the back of our composite called Desk 1080. Let's choose that and click Open. And to add this to our comp, we can just drag it down just above Layer 8 and right-click on it and choose Environment Layer. As I'm looking at this, you can see in the layer, it does not exist the entire length of my composition. Environment layers are just like cameras in the fact that you can have more than one in a composition. Whichever layer is higher in the layer hierarchy is going to be the one that ends up getting rendered. If you're waiting a long time for your renders to happen, sometimes you can just press caps lock and that'll stop the refresh of this scene up here. That'll also allow you to navigate around in your comp and make changes to parameters, not having to worry about whether or not you can see an update. So select Layer 8 and press O. I want to move to the end of that layer and press N because I want to reset my work area to only be as long as that one clip. I don't need it to be as long as the entire comp, again because our final composite is going to just have this QuickTime as the background. If we look at the options for our material here, we need to make sure that Appears and Reflections is set to Only. So if it says On, toggle it to Only. Now finally, we can collapse layer 8 and delete layer 7 because we don't necessarily need that. And if we turn off our caps lock, our scene will refresh so you can see a little more clearly how the reflections in this specific layer are going to add to the realism of our logo once we create our final composite. Now, if there's one thing I can recommend as you're getting started compositing, it's to have plenty of patience. All too often, people expect a composite to just be something simple. You can drag it and drop it, and don't you just add some switches and you're done. And the truth is, no. Most of the time when you add things into a scene, you're like, oh, what if I did it this way or that way? And there's a lot of backing and forthing. So for our project, I'm going to show you how to build a composite between our logo, which currently exists on this white background, and the 3D track that we did at the very beginning of this chapter. So to get started, we need to actually import the 3D track project. So double-click in the project panel and navigate to your exercise files folder. In there, you want to go in the chapter 12 folder. And in the desk track folder, you'll see a project named 1202 Tracked Desk. This is a saved version of the final track that we created in the 1202 video. So we can just click open and notice that whole project got imported into its own folder in the project panel. If we open that up, you can see we have a track desk comp. This is actually going to be our output comp. So I'm going to select it, press return, and right arrow to move to the end. And I'm going to do _OUT to create the out. And this logo comp will no longer be the out comp. So I'm going to press return and change it to pre-comp. Okay. Now, usually I'd organize more, but let's get started. Double-click the track desk out. If we try to drag this entire comp into the scene, it wouldn't really work because when you add elements into the scene, they default to be 2D layers. I could collapse the transformations, but that may not work as well. What you really need to do is copy the 3D elements out of one comp into the other. So let's double-click our logo comp pre-comp and collapse all the layers and look at what we have in our scene. Here I'm going to make the layer panel a little larger. So if I were to copy this into the other comp, I would want to copy absolutely everything just by clicking and dragging from the lower area and not the camera. So I'm going to hold down Command on the Mac, Control on the PC, and click on Layer 2 to deselect that layer. I could just say Edit, Copy, and Edit, Paste, but we need to have control over all these layers as though they were one layer before we get into the other comp. So I'm going to go up to Layer and choose New, Null Object. In here, I'm going to rename this null by selecting the layer and pressing Return. Let's call this Title _ Control. Press Return to set the name, and let's reselect all of our layers. We'll select Light 2, Shift-click all the way to the shadow catcher, and again, Command-click or Control-click on the camera to deselect. With the parent panel active, just click on the pick whip and choose the title control to be the parent. In order to copy this over, let's hold down the Command key again, or Control on the PC, and add Layer 1 to the selection. Now we can go up under Edit and choose Copy. When we go to our track desk comp, select Layer 3. I want our layers to be pasted above Layer 3, but below the camera. So when we select Layer 3, we can go to Edit and choose Paste, and now the layers will all be added above that layer. If you notice in the scene here, it's been added, but it doesn't really match the orientation or perspective of this track solid that we created that is perfectly in place. Let's move our title control null to the top of the layer hierarchy so it's right next to our track solid. And all we need to do is move the position of this null object to the position of this object. Notice as we look at the control handles for track solid 1, they're oriented differently than our null object. Also notice our title control null is in 2D space. So let's enable 3D for this null, and you notice now it'll snap right back to the center point of our title. When we select Layer 2 and reselect Layer 1, Notice the difference between the orientation. To move our title layer to this location of layer 2, we need to hold down Shift as we grab the parent pick whip and choose layer 2 to be the parent of our title control layer. Notice when we hold down Shift, it will now move that null to that new position. And it also changed the orientation. Let's scroll out in the scene so we can see what's happening. You can see it also changed the scale of this layer. So let's press S to open up the scale and scale this way down. Let's scale it to about 20%. As we zoom back into the scene here, you can see, okay, it's not that far off, but if we press R to open our orientation, we can click and drag on the X orientation, and if you drag to the right, we'll start to flip this layer down to exactly what we're looking for. Just choose 90 degrees as the orientation for this. Okay, now it's actually on the desk in a way that looks pretty good. The green solid we don't really need anymore. Even though it's slightly higher than our white layer, I think it's perfectly fine for what we're looking for right now. So let's just turn off the visibility of our green layer. In order to better position this in the scene, let's press A to open up the anchor point. You want to use the anchor point when repositioning this object because we already have its position set up properly within the scene according to the 3D track. So let's click and drag to the left to shift the anchor point to the left, thus pushing the entire comp to the right. If we press R, we can open up the orientation, and I want to change the orientation on the Y-axis. So let's click and drag to the left so we can better orient the logo to the camera. So now we can adjust the scale up a little bit. So let's go back to scale and change this to, I don't know, about 30, and let's see how that looks. Okay, that's actually looking kind of cool. Problem is it's overlapping some of these notes. So let's zoom back out here and see what we're dealing with. Okay, let's set the scale to 25. Again, this is all part of the process of compositing. You got to sort of get things squared away. Obviously, we could change the scale of each one of these objects and reposition again, but I think this will work extraordinarily well. Now that we have this placed in our scene, we can scrub through the scene and actually get a preview to see how well this is sticking onto our desk. If you need to move a little more quickly, you can click on the Fast Preview button in the lower right-hand corner of the comp window and change Draft to Fast Draft. That'll turn off your shadows. The reason I wanted it set to Draft was so I could see where the shadows are being cast, so when I do the final composite, everything will work okay. As I'm looking at this, I do want to reposition this on the Z-axis to be a little closer to the camera. So I'm going to open up the anchor point here, and on the Z-axis, I'm going to drag to the right so it moves a little more closely to the camera. Okay, perfect. Even though I know this is kind of moving in on the edge of the keyboard, I want to move to the right with my current time indicator. The reason being this camera tilt is going to actually determine my final placement. Now, while this is in the center of the scene, let's actually just adjust on the X-axis a little bit more and move our logo back to the left here a little bit. Okay, now this is starting to look a little bit more like what we're looking for. Now we have our logo in the scene and it's tied to the track. The only thing that's left to do is make some minor adjustments to the lights and the material options as we create our final composite. Even though it sounds simple, there may be some extra steps to that, so we're going to jump into that in our next video. Even though After Effects can do some pretty amazing things with 3D, one of the things that you need to get comfortable with is the idea that you should pre-render elements. See, when you pre-render individual passes, you'll be able to actually bring those back into a project and create a more realistic looking final composite. In our project here, we're going to focus on creating a render pass of just this 3D element by itself, and then a separate pass for just the shadow that's coming out from behind it. Again, the reason that we're doing this, it's going to give us flexibility. So when we bring these elements back in, we can use the blend modes first off, because we won't need to be in the ray trace renderer. And secondly, we could apply some additional effects to some of the different layers to really add some pop to our graphic. So to get started, we need to look at the project panel. We should definitely start to organize things and get it ready so when we render, we can come back and make sure that everything looks the way that it's supposed to. So first thing, if we double click our track desk out, you can see this is our main composite. Now, like I said, we're creating a render for the title and a render for the shadow. Rather than having to duplicate layers and copy things, etc., let's just duplicate this composition. So with track desk out selected, go up under edit and say duplicate. Let's change the track desk out number 2 to say track desk shadow _OUT. Okay, this is the one we're going to create the shadow, and this one we will just render out the title. For organization's sake, let's select both compositions and drag them down to the bottom of our project panel. We can collapse our 1202 track desk project folder, and we could take this desk 1080 video and drag it down to the folder in the bottom of the project panel. When we let go, it's automatically going to create a new folder that will already contain the QuickTime file. So let's rename this video and press return. This solar sky layer we don't need because we're not using it in this composition. So let's just drag that directly to the trash. Now there's one other folder I usually have, and that's a pre-comp folder. So let's select our logo comp pre-comp composition and drag that down to the bottom of the project panel on the folder icon. Now, with our new folder, let's rename this pre-comps and press return when you're done. All right, now we have our 2 compositions. So let's focus on setting up our shadow pass. So double click the track desk shadow comp. And if we look in our timeline, we can see we've got everything already turned on. In order to render just the shadow, all we need to do are change some of the material options. Also, as I'm looking at this, this has the backplate, which is our desk. The term backplate is commonly used for the bottom piece of the video that you're going to be matching everything back into. So let's scroll down to the bottom of the timeline and select desk 1080 and just turn off its visibility. Again, we just don't need this for now. Now for all 3 of our logo elements, just select the layers in the timeline and press AA to open their geometry options and their material options. If we scroll down to the material options for one of those objects and just change cast shadows from on to only by clicking, now you can see we've gotten rid of those elements and it's only casting shadows. This is almost perfect. The only thing that I want to do is get rid of this highlight because we don't really need that. We could go in and mask this after the fact, but honestly, there's a quicker way. We could change the material options for our background white shadow catcher layer. So if we scroll down in our composition, there's our shadow catcher layer, and press AA to open its geometry and material options. Now in here, let's change accept lights from on to off. Now I know it looked like there was a major change in this render, but if you go to your fast preview button, you can change it to adaptive resolution, and you'll notice that we won't see much of a difference between one version or the other because in the ray trace renderer, things are going to be extraordinarily blurry. And since we are going to be bringing this back in, we'll actually be able to make some adjustments to the layer to make up for any slight differences that might be happening between having accept lights on or off. The most important thing with this version is the fact that this white layer stays nice and flat. Now let's look closely at the shadow detail. Notice how speckled the edges of this end up looking. You can change to 100% magnification and it's still going to look like that. Basically, what we need to do is go up to the ray trace renderer and make some adjustments. So in the upper right corner of your comp viewer, click on the ray trace button. And under the ray trace 3D options, we want to click on the options button and change the ray tracing quality. I want to choose a really high quality render, so I'm going to change this from 4 to 12. Now let's look at the anti-aliasing filter. If you click on the box pull down, notice we have a couple different options. I want to choose cubic. Understand the anti-aliasing primarily deals with 3D geometry, but since these shadows are created from the 3D geometry, I want to go ahead and up the quality of this filter a little bit by changing the render to cubic. Now when we click OK and we click OK one more time, you may notice it takes quite a while to render your scene. That's perfectly fine because again, we're not going to be coming back to this specific scene right now. We're just trying to queue it up to render. So in the interest of keeping your system moving quickly, go ahead and press the caps lock key. That will stop the refresh of your system. Now we can actually load this into the render queue. So I'm going to go back to my timeline and make sure that my track desk shadow tab is selected. If you press Control Command M or go up under Composition, Add to Render Queue, we can add this comp to the render queue. For the render queue settings, I am going to leave it set to the best quality. We don't need to do any field renders, and notice it's already set to render the entire work area, which will work perfectly well. So let's click OK. Now under the output module, if you click on the pull-down options, there are a couple different presets that you can use. The one I recommend using is this TIFF sequence with alpha preset. The reason you want to create a TIFF sequence is so you can stop your system at any time if you need to, I don't know, work on a different project or just use your computer for something else. When you stop the project and you're rendering an image sequence, After Effects will stop at the last frame you rendered. Then when you come back, you can queue up your render again and hit render, and it'll continue rendering frames right from the previous point. If you rendered, let's say, a QuickTime or a Windows Media file and you stopped it right in the middle, since the entire file wasn't created with its final wrapper, that would be corrupted. So if you know you're going to have a render that's going to take a long time, you want to make sure to set up your image sequence to render. If we look at the TIFF sequence with alpha settings, we can click on that and you see it is rendering RGB with alpha. That's what the little plus button here at the depth means. It has an alpha, and then we'll go ahead and render a pre-multiplied alpha channel. That's fine. When we click OK, that's all set. Now we need to go back to our track desk out comp. So let's just click the tab in the timeline. Now in here, since all we need to render is the text elements, let's scroll down to the bottom and disable our background plate. And we can actually turn off the visibility of our shadow catcher. I'm not going to make any other adjustments to this because I do want to render just this. And even though we have the materials set to cast shadows, if I scroll in here, since these objects have a little bit of depth to them, I still want to make sure that they're rendered the same way that they would be if we had the background in there. So just to make sure that this is going to render without anything in the background, go to the bottom middle section of your comp window. If you click on the RGB button, change it to alpha, and then you should see it's just going to be your logo. So this works perfectly. So let's go back to RGB, and then we need to make sure to update our ray trace settings for our title. So go to the upper right corner of the comp window and click on the Ray Trace 3D button, and then under the renderer options, click on the options button, change the ray tracing quality to 12, and the anti-aliasing filter to cubic. Now when we click OK, we can click OK one more time and make sure that we have our track desk out comp selected in the timeline, and then go up under composition and choose add to render queue. Now with this added to the render queue, let's change our output module by clicking on the pull down and change it to TIFF sequence with alpha. Usually every time I add something to the render queue, I also check where it's set to go output. Now I know I've already set up a project previously to the proper folder, but let's double check where we have both of these set up to go. So if we click on the track desk shadow out name to the right of output 2 under the first item in our render queue, and then in your file browser, navigate to your exercise files in the footage folder, and I created a folder called renders. We can choose that and click save, and let's make sure the second output module is set there as well. Can click on its name, and sure enough, it's set to that same folder. When we click save, we will be good to go. Now we can hit the render button and our image sequences will render out. Then we'll be all set to actually start building our final composite. Now that we've pre-rendered all the elements for our project, all we need to do is just import them into a new project and output our final build. To get started, let's just double-click in the project panel. If you navigate in your exercise files folder to the footage folder, there's an 07 folder called pre-renders. If we double-click that folder, we can open the track desk folder. And in here, we have our track desk out TIFF sequence, as well as our track desk shadow sequence. Now, if we select the track desk out sequence, we can select TIFF sequence. And when I click OK or open, I get an option for the alpha channel. This is just telling us that After Effects doesn't necessarily know. So make sure pre-multiplied is selected and make sure that this color is black. If you've never changed this color before, it should be black, so you should be fine. When you click OK, it will get imported into your project panel. Let's double-click back in the project panel again and just scroll down till we get to our desk shadow out. Now notice I don't need to select the first image. As long as I say TIFF sequence, when I click open, notice at the top of the interpret footage box, it's saying frame 0 to 205. So again, let's make sure the alpha channel is set to pre-multiplied and click OK. As I'm looking at this, I can tell, okay, I've got my image sequence, and when it's selected up here at the top in the project panel, notice After Effects assumed that it was 30 frames a second, which is incorrect. So we need to right-click on the image sequence, go to Interpret Footage, and under Main, let's change that from assume this frame rate of 30 to assume this frame rate of 23.976. And notice when I type that in, it says base 24 non-drop. Now I'm going to press Enter on my keypad to set that interpretation. Let's do the same thing for Track Desk Out. Right-click, go to Interpret Footage, and choose Main. Again, choose the frame rate at 23.976 and press Enter. Okay, now let's import our backplate, which is just the background video. So double-click and navigate back to your footage folder, and in your footage folder, you want to choose Video and choose this Desk 1080 movie. When we click Open, notice it's already imported and it is the proper frame rate. So let's use this as the basis for our final comp. Drag the QuickTime file down to the Create Comp button in the bottom of the project panel, and our comp has started creation. Notice right here this number. This number is being created by the timecode that was present on the QuickTime when it was captured. If this bothers you, you can go to your composition settings, and under the start timecode, let's just change this to 0. I'm going to select everything and change it to 0. So when I click OK, now we know exactly when the start of the comp is. Okay, let's add our shadow layer on top of our first layer. And there we go, we can see it. And we can drag our last sequence in on top of everything. Now this looks horrendous, but that's just because we haven't adjusted the blend mode for layer 2. So select layer 2 and make sure switches and modes are enabled. If they aren't, just right-click anywhere in this gray area, go to columns, and make sure that modes are enabled. Change the blend mode from normal to multiply. When you choose multiply, it knocks out any of the white pixels and replaces them with transparency. Now, any of the darker pixels will automatically get added to the scene. If we start scrubbing through the scene, we should see things refresh. This comp isn't moving particularly quickly on the refresh, so I'm going to click the Fast Preview button in the lower right corner of the comp viewer and change it to Adaptive Resolution. Another thing you can do is just select the comp and make sure you're in the right renderer, but notice we don't have any 3D layers, so we don't really need to do that. Now, as you can see, our logo looks like it is in the scene. If you want to make it look a little bit more like it's in the scene, you can change the transparency. Now, with long names like this on these two layers, I'm just going to drag to make the source name a little bit larger by clicking on this little icon. And let's rename our track desk out. We'll call this title. I just selected the layer and press return. And then here, let's rename layer 2, press return. We'll call this shadow. Okay, now to add a little bit more realism, we can select our title layer and press T to open its opacity and change it down to about 80%. And then we'll be able to see through that layer just a little bit. If we zoom in here, you can start to see the back part of the wood actually popping through. And now it's time to do one last little thing to make this blend into the background. That's add an adjustment layer, and we're going to add a slight vignette over all of the layers. So to do that, go up to the layer menu, choose New, Adjustment Layer. And now we can apply the vignette by using one of the presets. So if we go up to Animation, we can choose Browse Presets. Go to the Image Creative folder, and in here, if you scroll down to the bottom, there's a setting for vignette lighting. If you click on the thumbnail to load a preview, it may take a second, but you will see a preview in the upper right-hand corner. To apply our preview to the null object, all we have to do is double-click. It'll take a second to refresh the scene, but now notice we have this kind of brightness in the middle of the scene. Let's change our magnification from 50% to fit up to 100%. It may take a second to redraw the scene, but if we toggle the visibility, you can see before and after. Not only has this helped sort of blend into the scene, but it's added a little bit of contrast and pop, as well as detail and focus to this specific area. So now we're ready to render and eventually look at our final QuickTime output. So to add this to the render queue, I'm going to go up to Composition and choose Add to Render Queue. Since I'm not using this to put into another edit and I just want it to be a small file, I'm going to click on my output module where it says lossless. And instead of outputting an animation QuickTime, I'm going to go to my format options and choose H.264. I'll leave its quality set very high and click OK, and then click OK. Now we can specify our output area. I'll click on Not Yet Specified. And sure, why don't we go ahead and put it right here in the footage folder, and we'll call this Kinetico and save. So I'll see you when this is done. All right, now that it's finished, navigate to your Finder to find the file, and let's go ahead and check out what we've created. So check it out. We took our logo from an Illustrator file, took it into After Effects, extruded it into 3 dimensions, created lights, rendered pre-passed renders, brought those back in, did our compositing effects, and did our final output after putting a slight vignette on our scene. It takes a few steps to create some cool graphics, but I think you can see that the reward is well worth the work.